What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are here once again at Kaagbaan for a continuation of where we left off yesterday. More arrivals today. Weather actually pretty similar to yesterday. This morning when I woke up, the sun was shining, but unfortunately, it changed. Cloudiness was drifting in from the north, and ever since it's been overcast. I need to switch the order of zoom in my remote. Had some technical problems this morning with the XLR, the XLR connection of my blimp. Comes equipped with an XLR connection and it broke. Luckily, feeding the XLR cable between the camera and the microphone directly fixed it. The zoom remote also wasn't working properly, but switching it from reverse to normal should, there we go, sorted. And warm welcome to everybody who has joined already. Marja, goedenavond. Wolfgang, good morning. And welcome to the show, everybody else. Adi, Paul, Nancy, Jan, Sam, Buddy, Scott, good morning. Arjan, Trond, good morning. Monique, Mark, Speeltasties, Joas, Honda, good morning. Field Castro is over here as well, hunting for Pinky and the Brain. One's a genius, the other's insane. Full as well, 4747s are underway, one of which I didn't see anymore on Flight Radar when I was looking just now, but there were 3 underway from Miami, the Not Without My Mask, Cargolux being one of them, which is expected to land here around, 120 or so? Around the same time as the A380. Which last time I checked was expected around 1:15. So it looks like the A380 is the one getting away. There's also a Cargolux arriving from Nairobi, which will arrive at a time when only Kaagbaan will be open. So if all is well, 4747s, unless the one that is now no longer visible on Flight Radar has crashed or is returning or diverting. But if all is well, 4747s, including the Not Without My Mask as the penultimate one, and the A380 probably to the wrong runway. This is KLM flight 736, arriving from Curaçao, Willemstad, 777-300 Not as much wind as there was yesterday. The wind is still blowing from the north. It's even a bit cooler than it was yesterday. But I'm wearing a vest and a premium hoodie over my vest, so I'm layered well. Shouldn't get cold today. Let's see. There we go. Seems that I had forgotten both to put on monetization, which is also very important, and the subscribers only. There we go. That should be working in good order now. That's an A330-200 that you're seeing that arrived here when I was setting up. No, I was troubleshooting. It was a very, very recent arrival. More Chinese triples underway. First Hans favorite, Welling. Fueling. Wheeling. So many names we've come up for this airliner that seem appropriate. Jur, good morning. Cor, goedemorgen. Marcus, good morning. Wilma, goedemorgen. Simi, goedemorgen. Patrick, goedemorgen. Cash, good morning. Good morning, Eric. Danny, goedemorgen. Malay, goedemorgen. Danny, goedemorgen. More than one Danny in the chat already. We usually have a couple of Peters, a couple of Jans. Now we have several Dannys. En Jan Willem. Clear for takeoff. Morgen. Good morning, Car. Ewald, goedemorgen. Stefanski en Koen, goedemorgen. Met en Freddo, goedemorgen. Good morning. Klaas, goedemorgen, kerel. Sun Express. But where's the sun, eh? Where did you leave him? Where's Mr. Blue Sky, you bastard? Where, oh where? Big picture, this is what it looks like. This is the north. This is the west. This is the east. This is the south. And at the moment, nobody else here but me. Me, myself, and I. Keith, good morning. Also, Mr. Blue Sky, you need to go to Edmonton. Work to do there. Xander, goedemorgen. Patrick, goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen. Christa, good morning. Martin, goedemorgen. Erik, goedemorgen, good morning. David, good morning. Shani and Monica, good morning. Sky Express. It's the Greece's Bliss Express. Flight 8250 returning from Heraklion in Crete. Wolf for Wild, good morning. And no, I hadn't heard Wolfgang. What happened that they clipped the wingtips? Yeah. You think it might be those animals, but it's not. It's actually K3 making those noises. But it was coincidental. Hey Karen, goedemorgen. Dutch Flight Simmer, goedemorgen. More EasyJet. This is... This is the flight that hopefully will not give you cramps. If you are gluten intolerant, it might do that. KLM Flight 592 arrival from Johannesburg is now number 2, preceded by Hans' favorite, Wheeling, Fueling, Wheeling. Hans, goedemorgen. Mol, goedemorgen. Okay. They touched during taxiing. Shouldn't do that. That's not why those wingtips were built, to crash into one another. What were they thinking? So if you joined us only just now, welcome to the show. It's a continuation of yesterday. The wind is more or less the same, and unfortunately the weather also has become the same as it was yesterday. Yesterday in the afternoon the sun started to shine a bit more, although not excessively. We had a clear night. And this morning it was also still a bit sunny earlier in the morning. And then the weather gods in the Netherlands suddenly realized, oh shit, it was supposed to be the same as yesterday, and they started letting the clouds drift in. And ever since, this is the status quo. And they try to high five, yeah. Shouldn't do that. Airplanes should not try high fives. That doesn't work that well. Hey Berlinda, goedemorgen. Roadhouse, goedemorgen. Judy, good morning, welcome back. I hope so too, Erik. K3 is still using the horn and sound effects to chase away birds. In the meantime, over here we have a triple, and behind it is another triple. This is KLM Flight 592, arriving from Cape Town, South. I'm sorry, Johannesburg. Johannesburg, still the same country. That's Johannesburg, South Africa. Hey Ali, good morning, welcome back. A sword fight with their sharklets. Wanna be swordfish. Stupid, what were they thinking? Hey, that's good news, Hans. Hans in the north of the Netherlands, in Groningen, where the wind is also blowing from this way, says we had a drizzle this morning, but now the sun is coming out. Looking to the northeast, I do see that the horizon does seem to be a bit more clear. It's not exceedingly thick clouds that you're seeing here. It's thick enough so that we don't see contrails, nor the sun, nor the moon, but we'll see. Came prepared, at least, weather-wise. Hey, before the patat, goedemorgen. Marco, goedemorgen. STE Parker, good morning, welcome back. Sven, good morning. Rafi, goedemorgen. Gamer, goedemorgen. Hey, de Frans, goedemorgen. Next triple, China Cargo Airlines, Flight 209, arriving from Shanghai in China. That's 10 hours and 22 minutes on the way. 777 freighter, Bravo 221, Whiskey. 3-year-old airplane, first flight April 2022. Air Arabia Morocco will be next after this with an A320 arriving from Tangier. Flight number 123. Mark H also back in the chat, and he just now gifted the membership. Thank you to you, Mark, for your generosity. Who's the recipient? It seems to be Arendor. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines, Arendor. Have fun with those 34 custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Make sure to use them and have fun with them. Don't forget to say thank you to Mark. And if you are the recipient of a gifted membership and you enjoy it, consider renewing it once it expires, or maybe gifting a gifted membership to somebody else who might also enjoy it. Thank you, buddy, who says south of you the sky is nearly almost cloud free. Yeah, we also had that cloudy that type of sky, and then Rick Meester and his homies in the north started blowing their shit to the south, to Schiphol. This is now what we're stuck with, for the time being at least. Hey Olaf, hey John, hey Martin, goedemorgen, good morning. Sparta Rotterdam, goedemorgen. Alex 2009, good morning. Marcel, goedemorgen. Two airplanes on the glide slope. Air Arabia Morocco flight 123 arriving from Tangier. And behind it on the far left you can see El Al flight 337 returning from Tel Aviv 737-900 today. And what will be next after that? KLM flight 1752 I think. Looks like it. Doesn't look like there's much else in the immediate vicinity. Delta Airlines flight 56 still over the Gulf of Yorkshire, but making its way over to the Netherlands. Hey Jay Ramey, good morning. Welcome back, mate. Hope all is well. Conquista, good morning. Tuning in from Mombasa in Kenya, which is also in the same continent. As the country that this airplane is flying in from. And we all know what continent we're talking about. Hadi Yillard, goedemorgen kerel. Welcome back. Welcome back all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at the Kaagbaan, where, if all is well, 4 747s are on the way, although last time I checked Flight Radar, one of them disappeared. 3 arriving from Miami, 1 from Nairobi, and one of those 747s arriving is also the Not Without My Mask, which it has been a long time since we last saw it. Now there is also one, at least that's what I saw before, flying before the Cargolux with the Not Without My Mask. And Atlas. There was another, I think, arriving. Cargolux, over here. Cargolux Italia, arriving from Nairobi. Will be landing here pretty soon. Now, unfortunately, we're not going to see the Retro Transavia because it is almost landing at Heraklion. And by the time it's back in the Netherlands, it'll be 2:30 at least. Emirates expected around 1:24. I'm pretty sure there was another one here this morning. I'm not sure why I'm not seeing it. For some reason that 747 is not showing, and I'm pretty sure that we had it. But there you go. Probably because it's over the ocean, but that's a bit weird. Otherwise, normally speaking, we would be able to see it. Not sure what's going on there, but good morning, Melvin. And good morning, Mehmet. And thank you, Mehmet, who just now gifted a membership. And Cole was the recipient. Cole Carey, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Have fun with the custom emojis. Don't forget to say thank you to Mehmet. And make sure you have fun with those custom emojis. Bird Squad, what's over there? That's a seagull, I think. Yeah. Or maybe it is Steven Seagull. That's the cargo triple. Now it's quite busy. Oh. Field Kestrel has been hunting for a while. He's continuously looking for people to transport with his mice transportation company. If all is well, the next airplane to arrive here on Kaagbaan is going to be KLM flight 1752 and Embraer 190 arriving from Hamburg. Somewhere over there, I'm expecting it to fly. It's a small vehicle, pretty far away. In other words, pretty hard to see. Field Kestrel here in the foreground. Nienke, goedemorgen. Good morning. Thierry, goedemorgen. Shadow Killer King, good morning. And Captain Jerry also back. What up, Jerome? A quick hello. My COVID and pain medication make me sleepy in hospital, mate. Make sure you rest well. The faster you will get out of the hospital. Thank you so much for your donation. You didn't have to do that, mate. Wishing you all the best. Hopefully you'll be back home soon. Make sure you get your rest. Hey there, Karsten, good morning. Derek, good morning. Luke, good morning. Cor, good morning. Brandon, good morning. Philip Footballer, bro. Okay, behind me I am seeing the lights of the KLM, flight 1752, Embraer 190, arriving from Hamburg. Delta Airlines is now over Dutch land and is making its way over. Flying base. Salt Lake City is where it's coming from. Let's turn around the camera. This is KLM flight 1752, arriving from Hamburg, 39 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel Echo Zulu Golf is the registration. It's the EZG. Take it easy, G. Exactly my advice to Captain Jerry. Take it easy, G. Flight time 39 minutes. Brandon asks about the Orange Pride. We're not going to see it today. In the meantime, Karsten is celebrating. He is celebrating that he has been a member now for 7 months. Hope everything in the Aurora Skylands is still to your liking. Karsten, thank you so much for the ongoing support. 7 months and loving it. I'm happy to hear you are. I hope that goes for everybody still. Let me know if something is amiss in the lounge or if anything is no longer to your liking. Karsten, thank you so much for your ongoing support. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular, frequent visitor. Visibility is not optimal. The METAR will also show you that. Let's have a look at it while we have a few moments to spare. So, the METAR, let's also refresh it. The METAR in the ticker automatically updates. This is the last update. Let's turn it around. This is the runway now in use for arrivals. Runway 06 means that there's headwind, but mostly crosswind. The wind itself is only 6 knots, so it's not blowing very hard. 17 degrees C is the temperature, and we have a ceiling at 1900 feet, which is why it is so hard to see the airplane approaching in the distance. It's probably going to get better again, but for now we have a ceiling at 1900 feet. First 747 is approaching the Dutch airspace, and I'm absolutely sure there was another 747 here in the foreground before. I'm not sure why it's not showing. First, we'll see Cargolux, and there was another airplane, unless it disappeared. Its ETA was 12:30 last time I checked this morning. Cargolux with the not without my mask is expected around 1, and the last airplane of today's show presumably is going to be the Polar Air Cargo arrival from Miami. Emirates is going to be a bit late, 1:24, so expect that to go to the wrong runway. Meanwhile, our next airplane becoming visible a bit better. Jean-Yves, salut. Good to see you again, mate. Marco, goedemorgen. Ah, Ricardo, goedemorgen. Welcome one and all. Fans from Drenthe present, Erik says, nice. Greetings. Matthijs, goedemorgen. Big loud sound is coming, indeed Sven. AMS Live cannot be held accountable for lost eardrums or speakers. You are watching this live stream at your own discretion. Good morning, Mark. Good morning, Yuri. Good morning, Senna. Good morning, Bender Bay. Good morning, Mike. Good morning, Andre. Welcome to the show, one and all. Bit of the wake. As Wolfman would say, that's the wake, I like it.
That's the way, I like it,
Alright, what's next? Let's see. United. United is still flying base. Ordinarily, when we have good, clear visibility, we ought to see it above those units. Coming to the glide slope, turning in. Right now, I think it's impossible to see due to that low ceiling, that relatively low ceiling. Things do seem to open up a bit more. This is looking to the northeast. This is directly to the north. Here we are standing in line with the center runway, which airplanes take off from which the airplanes take off from to the north. So this is the north. And this is about 45 degrees to the right, clockwise, northeast. Northeasterly part of the sky does seem to be the brightest right now. Another 1/8 turn to the east will show you this. Southeast, south, southwest, and west. Northwest, darkest right now. Let me turn around. I am seeing the next airplane, United Airlines Flight 968, right from San Francisco. You need to look closely, it's not ideal. Should get better as the day progresses. Mark, goedemorgen. Mario, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Next airplane arriving here, United Airlines Flight 968, arriving from San Francisco. It's a 777-200, 9 hours and 37 minutes on the way. Registration November 37018. The airplane is 23 years old. Its first flight was in April 2002. Zooming out a little bit to see what else is coming our way. Looks like BA Flight 430 from London Heathrow to Amsterdam is going to be next after that, an A320neo. Delta Airlines Flight 74, looking to become the third arrival. KM Malta is also approaching, still a bit further away. Oliver, good morning. Goedemorgen. Best channel in the galaxy. Those are big words indeed. Not sure if those are true, but I do my best. I'm happy to hear that you are appreciative of what I am doing here. Denzel, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else. Right. It looks like it might rain pretty soon. If all is well, it shouldn't. I did bring my umbrella along just so I wouldn't get wet if it were to rain, but if all is well, should stay dry. And apparently in the north already the sun is shining again, or at least it's more sunny than it is over here. Cargolux now in the vicinity of Zwolle, Yuri is saying. And also in Bremen, Klaus is reporting grey weather, cooler, looking like it's going to rain, or that they might get rain. Denzel says, luckily the heat wave is over for now. Yeah, now probably that was the last heat wave of the season, given that it is this, we're in the second half of August already. I think Tuesdays and this Tuesday and Wednesday are going to be a bit warmer again. Then in the second half of the week, temperatures drop again. I thought they also mentioned that the likelihood of precipitation was going to increase, so we'll see. I'm still hoping for an Indian summer. Now, Oksana, thank you so much for your kind words. Voyage Aviation, good morning. James P. Sullivan, good morning. Yeah, those 747s are beasts, beautiful beasts. And if you only think that 2 decades ago it was teeming with them, there wasn't a way that you could look in and you would see one or more 747s. These days they've become so much of a rarity. What a waste. Such a shame. Fishing for the next airplane, BA, unless they have their lights on. Oh wait, there's the contour. Unless they have their lights on, it is really hard to see. Indeed, James, the good old days. You can see that the gear is still up. BA flight 430, A320neo, arriving from London.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
And there they go. Gears coming out, the lights are going on. Next airplane after that is going to be Delta Airlines Flight 74, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. James asks if I've ever seen a trijet plane on Schiphol, like a DC-10. In case you didn't know, I'm 43 now and I've been spotting ever since I was a young kid. So yes, I've seen plenty of DC-10s and MD-11s when I was younger. Back when Delta wasn't flying to Amsterdam, or at least when Northwest was still Northwest and before it became taken over by Delta. Northwest was flying with MD-11s. KLM had them as well. If you Google and you Google for, I think, I'm not sure if it was the DC-10 or I think it was the MD-11, there's also a hybrid livery, Northwest KLM, half one, half the other. Hideous but striking. Google it and you'll find pictures. Yesterday that I already mentioned that I did use a thumbnail from a picture that I took from the old Spottersplatz here at the Kaagbaan. There used to be one where now the southerly cargo apron is. And it was a picture of a Northwest MD-11 taking off from Kaagbaan, and I used it as a thumbnail once to see if it would evoke any reactions. It didn't. Unluckily it didn't. Nobody took notice, or if they did take notice, they didn't take the effort to respond. But yeah, I've seen them before. Still have pictures of them, in fact. Good morning, Jedi Plumber. Robert, good morning. Herzlich willkommen. All for Drive, good morning. Indeed, Olaf. Indeed, good old times. I'm sounding like an old fart now, don't I? Don't I? Mr. F, good morning. Rob, goedemorgen. Ezra, goedemorgen. Michael, goedemorgen. Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 74, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. 8 hours, 9 minutes on the way. A330-300, November 815, November Whiskey. The airplane is 18 years old. First flight, January 2007. You're welcome, Ben erbij. I tried to get all the airplanes that are landing good in the picture. Although sometimes I do get distracted by the live chat or stuff going on around me. Can you guys see the first of the 3 747s on Flight Radar already? There were 3 arriving from Miami. One of them, the first one, this seemed to have disappeared from Flight Radar, and when I checked this morning, its ETA was around 12:30. Southern gust of wind, that's the wake.
That's the way, I like it.
Jappie, goedemorgen. Good morning to everybody else who joined in the meantime. KM Malta will be next. Arriving from Malta, you'd never guess. I already saw Gary Grebe, although not at the moment. And is this Chris Coot or is it one of his cousins? It was a bit hard to see. I think it was a Coot. No duckies have been sighted yet. Nothing strange there. We know that they are on night owls. Food. Well, let's check it out again. Because now he should be visible a bit better. That's good. It's definitely a good. Okay, Malta, arriving from Malta. Flight 394, A320neo. The 9 Hotel. Neck. November Echo Charlie. Resident guy confirming that he is also missing the Atlas 747 with an estimated time of arrival 12:30. It was a Flight Radar before. November something 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 GT. I still remember. Alright, now let's see. Can we see the 747? It is flying downwind and wondering, can we see it already? It's probably flying too high. We'll find it soon enough. I think that the clouds are in the way now. The clouds aren't in the way for this NetJets Embraer Phenom 300 arriving from Cannes. It's the Charlie Sierra Papa Hotel Bravo. 1 hour and 39 minutes on the way. 11-year-old airplane, first flight somewhere in 2014. Mark says that the 747 is at 2,700 feet. That makes it fly above the ceiling, which is why when I'm looking behind me, I am not seeing anything. While on paper, by now, it should be visible somewhere in the sky. Nothing to be seen. So let's focus on what we can see best. That's this Embraer Phenom. Ambulance on the highway. Where's that the police? Good morning, Ugur. And good morning, Willem. Nuno, good morning. Peter K, good morning, mate. LC 878, guten Morgen. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. And pretty soon we're going to see the first of 4 747s. The third 747 that we are going to see today, if all is well, is going to be the Not Without My Mask special livery that you can also see in the thumbnail. It's been a long time since we last saw it. The thumbnail is from Polderbaan. It's the only thumbnail I have of that airplane. In the meantime, the Dash 8 flying out. Hey there, Bobbers. Good morning. Mark, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Indigo is following the Cargolux and is also expected to land here pretty soon. Pushback in progress. Pushback in progress. A triple is going to leave pretty soon. Making room for Cargolux? Question mark. That's the question. Adi Gerard, goedemorgen. Next up, KLM, flight 644, arriving from New York, JFK, 787-10 Dreamliner. 6 hours and 35 minutes away, it's the Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Oscar, which began flying last November, so still brand new. Didn't they already have the updated standard livery with the quote-unquote deeper smile? And if so, why didn't they paint this one in that livery? Or am I now just going blind and was this in the new livery? I don't think it was. Which is why I'm surprised if it is. If it started flying in November, surely they could have painted it in the updated livery already. Alan, what up, mate? Welcome back. Good to see ya. Hope all is well. Peter, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. You may start hearing those GE90s now. Starting up. It's the left engine that they're now starting. They'll start the second engine after that. And they'll do a controls test and then they'll start taxiing everything once everything is clear. Unfortunate timing, because I would love to see it. Oh well, they're already doing the controls check. The elevators. Up. Neutral. Ailerons. Right. Neutral. Left. And neutral. And then the rudder. Or have they already done that? Left rudder. Neutral. Right rudder. And neutral. The flaps in the meantime have set. So if the if the checklist is complete, they will request taxi and they'll start taxiing on their way. Right. Having shown that, let's quickly turn around and have a look at the first queen of the show, Cargolux flight 2616, arriving from Nairobi, which is in Kenya, which is in Hadi Liwe, goedemorgen. Martin, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Estevar, good morning. Max, good morning. Cargolux flight 2616, on the way now for 8 hours and 14 minutes. It's the LXVCV, that's Lima X-Ray Victor Charlie Victor. Number 4 on flight radar, 601 people tracking it. First flight of this airplane was in November 2005, making it 19 years old. Ron, good morning. Perfect timing. Johan, goedemorgen. And thank you for the kind words, mate. Sander, goedemorgen kerel, just in time. The first of 4. Not Without My Mask is also still underway, arriving from Miami. Let's look and listen. Will it get loud? That's the question. Will it spool up the reversers? Will it be an idle reverse landing? Butter or not? Wheelie or not? We'll soon find out. Battery landing, nice wheelie, and reversers. It's a full bingo card landing. And we're going to see the Chinese triple that just now started up its engines in the foreground from right to left, photobombing. Deja vu with yesterday. And it seems that we've crossed through 300 likes. Thank you all so much for that. If you are enjoying what you're seeing thus far, consider adding to the likes if you want to help this channel for free. Your likes and subscriptions help to reach a wider audience, bring in people that are into aviation but who haven't heard of the channel yet. And another Iceland Air 757-200. That is nice. Gary Grebe has also arrived on the scene over here. Time for a long distance headshot. Hey there Max, hey there Rick. Switchport worker, good morning. Midvi, good morning. Good morning everybody who joined. The black and white 757 once again coming this way. The same one that we saw yesterday. Yesterday, all our troubles seemed so far away. We're coming back today. Jacob, good morning. Tuning in from Namibia, which is also in Welcome to the show, one and all. Milan, good morning. EasyJet A319 arrival from Gatwick will be next. After that, KLM 5598 arrival from Cape Town, South Africa, and Indigo arrival from Mumbai. I'll turn around for the wide bodies. I'm going to let the EasyJet slip, but you will hear it on the ambient mic in a few moments. You can see the windsock in the at the crossing of the center third and bottom third, but in the right third. That's a difficult way to describe. Look to the right, you'll see the bird and the windsock. Matt, goedemorgen. Kas, goedemorgen. Next airplane to arrive here is KLM 5598, arriving from Cape Town, South Africa. Thank you, Klaas, for your donation for more blue sky and sunbeams. Will it work? I hope it will. I do thank you so much for your generosity, Klaas. You did not have to do that, but I'm hoping your super chat is going to work to bring in more blue sky and sunbeams. In background, looking to the east, it does look a bit more open, the sky. Still nothing substantial. KLM 5598 up next, 777-300 arriving from Cape Town, South Africa. Hey there, RDW, goedemorgen. Cor, goedemorgen. Dutch Plane Spotter, goedemorgen. Frank, good morning, mate. Blue sky in Hamburg, Olaf says. Are you trying to make us jealous, mate? Alrighty. Next up, Indigo, arriving from Mumbai. There it is. Flight 21, 6 Echo 21, operated by Norse, 7879 Dreamliner. 8 hours and 7 minutes underway. Lima November, Foxtrot November, Charlie is the registration. Hadi Marike, goedemorgen. Seven-year-old airplane, first flight May 2018. Yappie asks if the algorithm restored a little after the NATO top. Not yet. Not yet, mate. Particularly the number of subscribers have been abysmally low since the NATO summit. I know why. What's happening is that because of the influx of viewers who were only watching the channel briefly to see Air Force One, etc. during the NATO summit, my average view duration, etc. really got screwed. And that's interpreted by the algorithm as that the quality of the streams or of the content no longer are appealing, which means that the algorithm will no longer promote the channel's content to new viewers. Of course, the audience, the fixed audience, will keep finding the streams, and that will gradually bring up the average view duration again, and that will gradually start the algorithm to test out the channel's content to new viewers again. So that will usually start bringing in new viewers a bit more, and those will slowly transform into new subscribers if all is well. But that's okay. it will restore again at some point. Flight Devil, goedemorgen. Mike Wild, good morning. And good morning all others who have joined. The first 747 already landed. If you only joined us just now, you may have missed it. Cargolux arrived from Nairobi. There are 3 more underway, or at least there were 3 more underway this morning. One of them seems to have disappeared, even though it is expected in 2 hours or so from now. 3 airplanes, 3 747s arriving from Miami, Florida. The second of which is the Not Without My Mask. The one featured on the thumbnail. Last time it was here has been a long time ago. And as you can see by the thumbnail, I filmed it at the Kaagbaan. Thank you, Mark. Martin says at least ChatGPT loves you, boy. Well, I'm happy that ChatGPT loves me. KLM flight 1930 arriving from Geneva. This is. It's to get your Embraer 190 fix in. Give it time, Yappie. It should work out eventually. Stifler's dad, thank you so much for your donation. Morning from the Isle of Bute in Scotland. Keep up your good work with the channel. I will definitely do that, Stifler's dad. Thank you so much for your kind words and for your donation. I will definitely try to keep up things the best way I can. I've said it before, I'll say it again. If need be, I'll resort to using the blue pills to keep it up. But I hopefully will not be needing that. This is KLM flight 749 arriving from Cartagena, which is in Colombia, which is right next to. It's a 787-10 Dreamliner. 9 hours 26 minutes on the way. It's the PHBKK Bravo Kilo Kilo. Gamer says, not me opening Google Maps to see where the Isle of Bute in Scotland is. I'm also curious, where is it? Further to the north, towards the Shetland Islands, or is it more towards Ireland? Or is it more towards the Netherlands? Or somewhere else altogether? Next up shall be Transavia flight 5764 arriving from Girona. 737-800. 1 hour and 52 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel, Hotel Sierra Mike. Hadi Marissa, goedemorgen. Good to see ya. So yeah, there seems to be a missing 747 underway that was on Flight Radar earlier in the morning and now no longer is, even though it was underway. And leading the 2 747s that are now arriving and still visible on Flight Radar. They're arriving from Miami, Florida. Miri, goedemorgen. Rally team, goedemorgen. Cherry Berry, goedemorgen. Next up will be Sky Express arriving from Zakynthos. It's an A320neo, flight 7100. Let's see, where are the next wide bodies? Not in the immediate vicinity just yet. There are ETAs in Dutch airspace, but since it is almost 11, I'm wondering, are we going to see them? Maybe just one. This is Sky Express flight 7100 arriving from Zakynthos. 2 hours and 57 minutes on the way. It's the SXIOC, that's India Oscar Charlie. 2 hours and 57 minutes on the way. Brand new airplane. First flight June 2025. And I'm wondering if this is an airplane that we also saw yesterday. Thinking it might be the case. Sander has to go. Thanks for stopping by, Sander. Werk ze. See you later. John Dutch Canadian also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Next up is going to be KLM flight 1268, arriving from Copenhagen, 737-900. 1 hour and a minute on the way. The PHBXT, Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Tango. And after that, Croatia Airlines with an A220, arriving from Zagreb. And can we see it already? The answer is sadly still no. And that's because of a ceiling. That's something that we didn't have yesterday. This airplane, as you can see. Bit of wake, audible. And now also, you can feel it. Wind picking up ever so slightly. And a go around. Go around of the A220. Interesting. Right. As you can see, I'm also not completely alone anymore here. Zenzi and her dad have arrived, and a different spotter has also arrived on the scene. So what happened with the A220, I don't know. Maybe you guys heard something on ATC, but thought that it wasn't a separation issue, but maybe it was. Hey, Flip. Nice. Flip has great memories of landing on the Kaagbaan with the 747-400 many times with KLM. Now retired in New Zealand. Well, so you've become a Kiwi as well then. That is so nice. Kiwis represent. Cherry Berry asks if I know if the A380, which is expected around 1:18, is landing here, and the answer is almost certainly no. Almost certainly will it land on runway 36 right, which is open between 1 and 2. And since the A380 is arriving from the east, that's the runway where the A380 will most likely land on. Hey Verboot, goedemorgen. ULS Cargo is arriving with an A330-300. The yellow is indicating, and not the A310. Already flying in Dutch airspace, that's nice. Nice change. Good morning, Gurdeep. Welcome back, mate. Good morning, everybody else who joined in the meantime. So yeah, what happened there with the A220? I don't know. It's going around the block. I am able to see that the ETA is at least coming this way, the first ETA, and by what I can judge, the flight path of the second ETA also seems to be downwind for the Kaagbaan. Let's have a look on Flight Radar and see what is underway and whether or not we can see. Yeah, still we cannot see. There used to be a 747 before these two with an ETA of around 1230. Now no more we can see it. We do see that the Not Without My Mask is still underway with an ETA of 116 and an ETA of 150 for the Polar 747. Emirates A380 flying over the Black Sea, ETA 120. Yeah, so, but there definitely was a third 747 when I looked this morning. I'm wondering why we cannot see it. I hope we are still going to see it. Bird Control is also coming to check out our neck of the woods. All the way around the edge here. Living live on the edge is what K3 is doing. This is Caleb Flight 1002, arriving from London Heathrow, an A321neo. So, current status quo, it is opening up a little bit. This is looking to the north. And this is looking to the west. Darkest clouds currently are in the west. This is looking to the east. And this is looking to the south. And you can see things are opening here and there, particularly to the east. You can see it's more open. And looking to the west, it's more dark. Most dark. ETA Airways Flight 120 is next to arrive here from Milan. 1 hour and 17 minutes on the way. It's the EIA. Old MacDonald had a farm. EIA. Flight time 1 hour and 17 minutes. Echo India Alpha is the registration. Henry, morgen. Paddy, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else. The EIA arriving from Milan. 1 hour and 18 minutes on the way. 15-year-old airplane. Oh, this is an A320. Yeah, there you go. I was wondering. I thought it was an A220, but it's an A320. I was already flabbergasted. How come we're seeing an A220? It's 15 years old already, but that's because it is an A320. Indeed, Eric, still pretty cloudy. Luckily, not as much wind as we had yesterday. Good morning, Dutch Aviator. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined. Gary Grebe, once again, well, as always is the case, mentioning him will immediately result in him diving under. He's not camera shy. He just likes to piss me off. Gary Grebe is the Grebe equivalent of Big Al. Likes pissing off people. Hey Sensi, goedemorgen. Jij hier? It's almost like I'm seeing and hearing you. This is KLM flight 1230 arriving from Göteborg. It's number 175, the Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray India. And it seems that we've crossed through 400 likes. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. Glad to hear you guys are enjoying what you're seeing, and I hope that goes for everybody. If you are enjoying what you've been seeing thus far and you haven't given a like yet, consider doing so. Consider doing so. If you want to help us reach a wider audience of like-minded people, people who are into aviation but who just haven't heard of the channel yet. Liking and subscribing is the way to go. Next up will be Aegean. Aegean flight 3624 A321neo. Left from Athens 2 hours and 57 minutes ago, and that's a nominal flight duration. This is the SX NAC Sierra X-Ray November Alpha Charlie. 4-year-old airplane, first flight November 2020. Henry asks if I know what happened with the departing China Southern a few minutes ago. The answer is no. How would I know? I don't have any news or anything in my ear, or so no idea what happened. Croatia Airlines flight 450 is arriving from Zagreb. Bombardier C-Series 300 with an A321neo from ITA behind it, arriving from Rome. Croatia Airlines flight 450 is arriving from Zagreb, 1 hour 46 minutes on the way, the 9 Alpha Charlie Alpha India. Brand new airplane, means that it's less than a year old according to Flight Radar. First flight of this airplane was in December 2024, so it has yet to turn 1. Next up, ITA Airways flight 108, A321neo arriving from Rome, 2 hours precisely on the way. It's an A321neo NX, and then between parentheses LR. So a long range NX, I don't know. 2 hours from Rome to Amsterdam, seems a tad long. Nico, goedemorgen. Adiniek, goedemorgen. Nick wonders if there just arrived a flight from Spain that just arrived at gate C. That's a question that I am unable to answer. Don't recall that we have seen airplanes arriving from Spain just now. I do see that the Turkish A330, ULS Airlines cargo is flying downwind. Things do have opened up a little bit more, so I'm looking to see if maybe I can catch a glimpse of the Turkish, which is at 4,000 feet right now. I think the clouds are still in the way. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything yet. It's a pity. Embraer 175 arriving from Munich, and after that Air Arabia Morocco flight 127 arriving from Tangier in Morocco. Nee, ik probeer een kist achter jullie te zien, maar die vliegt nog door de wolken, denk ik. It is descending now, the Turk. Ja. We're trying to see if we can see something of the Turkish A330, but not yet. Ja, maar waar is hij in de licht, hè? Dat is het punt. Ik ben aan het kijken of ik hem kan zien, maar hij vliegt nog in de wolken. Ja, dat zou ik ook zeggen. It seems that the ceiling is still interfering with our downwind arrival visibility. Good morning, Dick. And good morning all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at the Kaagbaan primary runway for arrivals. 1747 already landed. And at least this morning there were 4 on the way. It seems that 1 has vanished and cannot be found. Well, I'm not bullshitting, nor was I bullshitting with the C-17s. There was 1 on flight radar. So unless it was a false track, with estimated the time of departure and registration and all the details, then there are 2 more expected. But there was 1 expected with an ETA of around 12:30, 1 around 1 and 1:30. The 1 expected around 1 o'clock, that's the one depicted on the thumbnail. The not without my mask. It's been a long time since we last saw that one, so I'm looking forward to seeing it. Would have been great if there was some sunshine. There were some sunshine at the time of arrival. The way things are looking right now, it doesn't look like we'll be granted that much luck today. In the meantime, we have an E2 Embraer arriving from Oslo. And Wolfgang wonders if we've had an A330 from ULS in the stream before. Don't think that we have. It's usually A300s or A310s, or is it just A310s? Not sure, do they fly A300s? Or just A310s? Peter says, I do prefer to see Alitalia to ITA. Because that, well, you're probably the exception to the rule then. I do see with my eyes and the camera spots of blue. So are we going to see some sunshine here pretty soon? That would be something Moon did. And I'm also wondering Oh wait, no, that's just reflection. Oh, that's reflection of sunshine. For a moment I thought it was lights of the bird control vehicle, but pretty sure that that's not the case. Interesting. Interesting. Hey Dennis, goedemorgen. Our next airplane is another E2 Embraer arriving from Zurich, KLM flight 1918. After that, WestJet, allegedly the best jet. It looks like I'm sensing small drizzly droplets. It doesn't amount to a lot, luckily. Yeah, it is a ever so slight drizzle. I think you can also see it on the camera lens already. And here we have Gary Grebe. Washy washy. Washy washy. MSM Haug. Goedemorgen. Ruben, goedemorgen. Next up, WestJet flight 70 arriving from Halifax in Canada. MAX 8 737. And W luckily has found the 747 arriving from Miami. Flight aware ETA 1243. There you go. Viewpoint says, with northern winds, my son will arrive soon at your spot. I hope you're right. It does look like things are opening up a little bit. Now, it also seems that the drizzly droplets have stopped, so let's see if we can get a little let's see if we can clean the camera lens between the landings. ULS Cargo is arriving from Istanbul, Turkey, flight 6600. Not an A320, but an A330-300. 2 hours and 50 minutes on the way. 25-year-old airplane, first flight June 2000. Channel premiere. Halibert, goedemorgen. And Marissa says, according to Bezoek Bus, there won't be a second runway open for arrivals until at least 3:20. What? That is insane. It's a pity that my in-laws are coming and that I also need to wrap up around 2 o'clock after the 747 because I still have other things to do later in the day. But if that's actually going to become true, it means that everything arriving will arrive here until 3:20. That's nice. Don't see that happening very often. Anyway, let's turn around and focus on what is still coming. The next airplane coming in is going to be KLM flight 676, arriving from Edmonton, Canada. Oh, that's just a bit of... Yeah, I thought there were still droplets on the lens, but that's just fingerprints on my touchscreen that I started seeing all of a sudden. KLM flight 676 arriving from Edmonton, Canada. 7 hours and 57 minutes on the way. Another A330-300. It's the Fucka. As in, how's your motherfucker? Oh, is that the sun? What? Cherry Berry, I stand corrected. Cherry Berry wonders, does that mean we still have the possibility of seeing the A380? Well, if Bazook Bus is not bullshitting and that's what actually is going to happen, then the answer is yes. It means that the A380 will be landing here because the only runway open by then will be this runway. And apparently we need 50 more likes to reach 500, says Nancy. So please smash the like. Well, please smash the like only if you are enjoying what you're seeing. And if you want to help this channel reach a wider audience, liking is an easy way to do so. It'll promote this content to viewers who are also into the aviation live streams, but who might not have clicked on one of the thumbnails yet. Might get them curious. If they see it often enough, they might click on it. And then they'll see the awesome community that is AMS Live, and they'll stick around and we'll have more people to have fun with during live streams. And yeah, come to think of it, Marissa, it also explains why 36 Right is currently not open as well. Oh gamer, no airplane lands at 500. Next up, Iberia. Hey there, Maria. Good evening. Adrie, goedemorgen. I don't recall having done an airplane dance at 500 likes. Oh gamer, if it was, then if it was during the NATO summit, it must have been because there were more than a few thousand likes in the earlier parts of that day's show. It was so busy back then. Didn't have time to do all those dances. Next up, Royal Air Maroc, arriving from Nador, but it's flown by Smartlink, so Casper the Ghost is coming. Triple starting its engines. Angry looking Chinese triple being pushed back. The GE90s you can hear. Let's quickly turn around the camera because the next airplane approaching is Delta Airlines Flight 162, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota, where it left from 7 hours and 46 minutes ago. It's an A330-300, the November 826 November whiskey. Speaking of whiskey, I need to drink me some vodka after this landing. I don't think I've touched my vodka since I've arrived here. Make sure to stay properly hydrated so that we can stream optimally. 9-year-old airplane, first flight January 2016. Good question, Marissa. We'll have to look to see whether or not it wants to go to China. The controls check is already being performed. They're at the last bit of it, the rudder. Elevators and ailerons usually get checked first. So I'm expecting this airplane to start taxiing pretty soon. In the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who has joined. You're watching AMS Live, and if you joined us only just now, you may have missed the landing of the first 747. There are 3 more underway, even though flight radar is not showing one of them. One of the 747s that we are expecting today is going to be the Not Without My Mask special livery that we also saw a couple of years ago. The thumbnail is from then, when it arrived on the Polderbaan. Today we're going to see it over here. I also need to update the ticker with respect to runway use. Since Bezoek Bus is indicating that for some reason we are not going to see traffic to 36 right in the upcoming hours. In the meantime, I see that Jörg just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Jörg, mate, thank you so much for your support. You didn't have to do that. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. If you are one of the recipients of Jörg's gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you to him. Enjoy the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. There's 34 of them. You can spam us to death with them if you want. Spamming is not allowed, but custom emojis you are allowed to use as a member as often as you wish. Now, I also think I saw the A340 on the move. Undoubtedly taking off from Polderbaan in a few moments. Keep me posted when it is arriving at the Polderbaan and lining up to become the first departure from Polderbaan. Let me see if I can film it. Transavia flight 6008 arriving from Porto in Portugal. You heard on the ambient just now. Hey, good news. Jan is indicating to us that the Atlas Air is close to Ireland, so it we'll maybe see it on flight radar again soon. That was also what was happening with those C-17s back during the NATO summit week. So I think you may be right there. Wolfgang is on it. Thank you so much, Wolfgang. Hey, Tris. Just came back from holiday and seeing these flights. I want to go back. Hey, and Broer Rasta is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. And that's a good question, Broer Rasta. Did anyone hear why the Croatia did a go around? I, for one, still am curious and haven't heard a thing. Hey, and it is already visible flight radar. Thank you, buddy. Good news indeed. Let me show you in a few moments what we can expect. First up, let's turn around the camera. Oh, and let me unlock the tilt axis that was locked so that we can film the next arrival. It is a jet, and a Dolu jet arriving from Istanbul, A321neo. Wow, bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. Oh, and the nose gear as well. Just when I thought They couldn't get the landing more bouncy. They went ahead and did it. Looks like the triple is still waiting. We're first going to see the landing of the E2 Embraer that is next to arrive. That gives us a quick moment to spare to have a look, not at the widget background, but there you go. Atlas Air, I wasn't fucking around. There you go. It is the second 747 that is still coming. ETA of 10 minutes to 1. ETA of 20 minutes past 1 is the not without my mask special livery, and another Polar Air Cargo, which I'm not sure if it still looks like this, but I think it does, is expected around 2 o'clock. That's going to be the last airplane for today. Then there's the Emirates A380 around 1:16. It will arrive. Normally speaking, at that time 2 runways are open. On normal days, there will be 2 runways open between 1 and 2 o'clock. 2 runways for inbound traffic. And with 36 right on days like today being the secondary runway, normally speaking, on normal days, the A380 would land at 36 right if it were to arrive around 1:16. Now, apparently, Bezoek Bas is indicating that today is not a normal day, but a day where we are going to have this runway open for arrivals exclusively until approximately 3:20. And if that is actually going to come true, it will mean that the A380 will also land here on the runway we are standing next to. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around, folks. Plenty more to come. And just like Pokemon, we are going to catch them all. Indeed, Paul. Carrier landing. Marissa wonders if AJet hired Ryanair pilots. Yeah, or maybe Cathay Pacific Cargo 7478 pilots. What I'm on about, have a look in the video section of AMS Live, where you can find a pretty bouncy rough landing of a 7478 Cathay Pacific Cargo. Now the triple is still not moving. I'm thinking it is waiting at least until the A330 coming up next will also have landed. How is glide slope visibility? The A330 is visible as I thought we would. Yeah, and the airplane behind it, which is now flying in the vicinity of my hometown, is still not visible. That's those clouds, those pesky clouds, still in the way. Luckily, airplanes up close are visible quite well. Once again, we're starting to get a few drizzly droplets here. Apparently there is a Pegasus in a special livery. Now, the triple is leaving before the Pegasus will land, so needs to hurry up. Air Oink is approaching pretty soon. There's an Embraer 135. Air Charters Europe arriving from Vigo, flying behind the Pegasus. Pegasus is in the 100th livery. Right, let's quickly turn around. Uwe also back in the chat. Herzlich willkommen. Oh yeah, you can see the flap tip vortices, indicative of relative high humidity. And this is the 100th Fly Pigs airplane. It's not Pegasus, but pig in sauce. I am so sorry, Frank. I am so sorry. Pig in sauce. Next up will be Air Charters Europe flight 1469. That's an Embraer 135. Where art thou? There it is. So yeah, visibility to the glide slope is still not optimal. It looks better on the other side. But then again, that's not where the airplanes are coming from, is it? Hey, Kevin also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. He just had the Silkway 747 fly over his house into Stansted. Nice. Those are pretty airplanes as well. Silkway has stopped flying 747s into Amsterdam. Now it's 777s, like so many carriers. Such a shame. Especially since they still have them. Well, no, I stand corrected. We do sometimes still see the Silkway 747s, I think. But mostly it is triples. So this is number 135. Interesting what those flaps look like. We'll probably see bucket reversers. Or, yep, like a thoroughbred bizjet. Buckets not going around, but into the airway, the exhaust ducts. Nice variation. You often see that they go around the back. What's this? What's this? It is a bit of blue sky, a stripe of blue sky, and it also looks like maybe there is another stripe of blue sky behind. Hey there, South Island Aviation. Hey there, Marco. And hey there, all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the Kaagbaan, which is still, interestingly, the only runway in use for arrivals. And Bazook Bus is indicating that until approximately 3:20, that's going to stay the same. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed the landing of one Boeing 747 already, but there are 3 more underway. And the SLM A380 is making its way over to the Polderbaan to leave for Suriname. We'll see that leave pretty soon. Wolfgang is keeping an eye on it. This is Atlas Air, a Boeing 747-8 arriving around 5 minutes to 1. The Cargolux, not without my mask, is expected around 1:25, and there's another Atlas Air expected around 2 o'clock. The last airplane for today. Emirates is also approaching around 1:18. We are just now leaving, landing above Kazakhstan, and expected tonight is Korean Air Cargo. That's out of the scope of today's show. Jesus is in Alicante. Jesus will be flying back to London Gatwick. The KLM Retro is in Greece, if I recall correctly, and will not be here back in the Netherlands before the afternoon, mid-afternoon. Also out of the scope of today's show, unfortunately. In the meantime, Mehmet is also back in the chat and he just now gifted a membership. Mehmet, mate, thank you so much for your generosity. And welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Ernie Spanton, the recipient of Mehmet's gifted membership. Thank you so much, Mehmet, once again for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Ernie, this is a departure from the Polderbaan. And pretty soon we are going to see the A340-600 leaving for Suriname. Suriname flight 993, and if it hurries up, there's an Embraer 175 from Stuttgart here. And the A340 is rolling. That's perfect timing. We'll be able to film the arrival, the departure of the SLM, and then the arrival of the now number 2, the Corendon A350, arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. Good morning, Lutz. Good morning, guten Morgen. Herzlich willkommen. Airways operated by USC A340-600, the Dows that we are going to see emerge from behind the trees in a few moments. 21-year-old A340-600, first flight December 2003. There it is. Climbing out. Let's quickly turn around for Corendon World to Fly flight 598, which is arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. 9 hours and 18 minutes underway. It's the ECNZF November Zulu Foxtrot. 9 hours and 18 minutes on the way. 2-year-old airplane, first flight May 2023. What a sound it makes, eh? Now, dare I say it, you can already see it. And look at here, and looky here. I am thinking pretty soon the sun is going to shine. Say what? After having had a few drizzly droplets not half an hour ago, not even half an hour ago. Next up is an Embraer 175 arriving from Persenchester, and after that KLM flight 1902 arriving from Vienna. That is a 737-800. Here's the Embraer 175, only barely visible. The meter in the ticker is updating automatically, but it's also nice to have a visualization at times, and let's do that. So let's renew the now outdated meter that is showing on the website, and a refresh will tell us that the current situation is it's medium VFR. We still have a ceiling at 2,200 feet. Let's orient ourselves for the runway now in use. Wind is blowing from over here, and that means ever so slightly tailwind for the airplane's landing. Now there's a high degree of variability in the direction of the wind, from mostly tailwind and a little bit of crosswind to mostly headwind with a little bit of crosswind. It's opening up. Right now the sun has begun to shine over here. We have only a little bit of wind, so if all is well, runway use is not going to change significantly. sunshine makes. It looks like Klaas's super chat has helped. Beams of sunshine have arrived. It took a little while for them to get here. I think they've arrived in good order, Klaas. So thank you so much once again for the super chat. Which is actually causing the sun to shine. And I can even see a bit of the moon over there. Although now the cloud is drifting in front of it. Well, think that I can now take off the gloves. Still am doubly layered with my vest on, and over my vest my hoodie. Let's see if it gets really warm. I can always take off one layer. This is KLM flight 1902, arriving from Vienna, 737-800. Next up, KLM flight 1070 after this, Embraer 175. Carol in the world also back in the chat. Good to see you, Carol. And a very good morning to everybody else who has joined. You're watching AMS Live and my name is Boy. Over here we are at the Kaagbaan, runway 06. The primary runway for arrivals, and according to Bezoekbus, for the upcoming hours the only runway for arrivals. That's rather exceptional. Normally speaking, by now we would be approaching the end of a converging arrivals period with runway 36 right as secondary runway. And thus far, everything inbound has been going to the Kaagbaan, and Bezoekbus is saying that that's going to stay the same until approximately 3:20. As my old geography teacher would say, vraag niet hoe het kan, maar profiteer ervan, which translates to don't ask why, but just take advantage of it. Mark is going to Berlin in a couple of weeks with KLM. Absolutely lovely. This is KLM flight 1070, arriving from Southampton, Embraer 175. Next after this, an A321neo. Sometimes it's hard to keep my Embraers from my Airbuses apart. JetBlue is next. Flight 631, arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. JetBlue flight 631 will be arriving from Boston, Massachusetts, an A321neo. There it is. A321neos are very good at producing wingtip vortices during high relative humidity. If you look at the flap tips of this airplane, you can see it. Case in point. JetBlue flight 631 arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. 6 hours and 41 minutes on the way. The November 4077 Juliet. Er zit een houthandel vlakbij, dat noemen ze de zaagbaan. One of Frank's famous play on words in Dutch. A wood sawing mill in the vicinity, they call it zaagbaan. Zaag means saw, or the verb sawing, zagen. Zaagbaan play on words, to the runway that the airplanes are landing on, which is colloquially called the Kaagbaan. Embraer 190 will be next. Let's have a look. There are 3 747s underway. One of them is a special one. The other 2 are also special. Every queen is special, but particularly the second one of the 3 that are still upon us is going to be special. It's the Not Without My Mask, which is still over the ocean, and now the first 747 is over Irish land. Its ETA is 12:54, so that is still an hour and 16 minutes away. Suriname is on its way out. We saw it leave from Polderbaan off to Suriname. This is the Cargolux Not Without My Mask, which is expected around 1:25, and approximately around the same time, arriving from the other side, we are going to see the Emirates A380, which, as it stands with the predicted runway use, we are going to see here on the Kaagbaan. And the last airplane of today's show is going to be this one, arriving around 2 o'clock. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around, plenty more coming. Trying to catch them all, just like Pokemon. And this is KLM flight 1816, arriving from Frankfurt in Germany, and Embraer 190, 42 minutes on the way. PHEZA, Visa. Not MasterCard, but Visa. Lufty will be next. Lufty flight 988. Arriving from Frankfurt. It's an A320. Indeed, Nancy, use those custom emoji. It is an Airbus. It is Lufty. Great use of those custom emojis. 41 minutes on the way, and this is the Dazer. Not Taser, but Dazer. Obviously, if you're an AMS Live member, you'll have access to the other logo of Lufty. And not because we are outdated, but because it looks better than this. Those were the days are indeed, hen. Right. Motorcyclist on the highway making some noise. The blue sky is not continuous. Once again, more cloudiness is drifting in. So right now, looking to the east, where first the sky was brightest, it is now darkest, and the northwest to westerly sky has become the openest. AMS emojis are awesome. Nancy says, I'm happy to hear that you are enjoying them, Nancy. And I hope that goes for all members. After all, you guys voted for most of them. If not, most of them. I think the first few I created myself. Pretty soon it became a member voting thing. And rightly so. You guys are paying for the membership. It's your perk. So you guys should get to decide what you want to use. KLM flight 1216, arriving from Stockholm. 1 hour and 33 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel, BCE. Bravo, Charlie Echo. Hadi Marijke, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, everybody else who joined in the meantime. For now, it's still narrow bodies. The wide bodies are approaching. As you can see, TUI, a Dreamliner arriving from Bonaire, flying just off the coast of The Hague. And a bit further to the north, I can see two 777-300ERs, one from Vancouver, one from Panama City, both of them from KLM. The wind is no longer as hard as it was yesterday. I still have image stabilizer enabled. Let's see how we fare without. Does give more direct control, but when it is windy it does make for a bit more shudder. And it is another German Airways Embraer 190. Alright, let's see. Embraer 190, Embraer 190, 737-800, Dreamliner. That's what the lineup for the Kaagbaan looks like right now. Line slope visibility. Doesn't seem to be that much better. This Embraer 190 is visible, the one behind it only now has become visible. Yeah. It's not optimal yet. It does look like it is getting a bit better, but it's nowhere near perfect yet. KLM flight 1710 is next. German Airways. Arriving from Luxembourg. It is an Embraer 190 short range. That seems appropriate for a flight that thus far has only lasted 38 minutes. The airplane used to belong to BA. You can see that by the blue engine casings and the bottom of the fuselage. A former BA, now German Airways, flying on behalf of KLM, arriving from Luxembourg. Interesting that they haven't opened up runway 36 right earlier. Not that I am sorry about it. Let's see. Let's try it again with image stabilizer. Sometimes there is a bit of a breeze. I'm still waiting for getting that call or that email for the replacement drag mechanism. Next up, German Airways flight 1710 arriving from Luxembourg. Embraer 190 short range. No, wait. Oops. Click on the next label, you silly. German Airways flight 1840 arriving from Nuremberg. Another one of those long flights. This is an Embraer 190 long range for a flight that lasted an hour. The pointillism inspired new livery. The German flag in dots. Kaagbaan kan de zwaarste categorie toestellen aan. Het is een echte draagbaan, indeed. a carrier runway. But not an airplane carrier, but an airplane carrier. Yeah, it's a play on words for those who speak Dutch. Translating them, you'll lose the meaning of it. Alfredito also back in the chat. Good to see you. Daniel, good morning. Ricardo, good morning. NJ, good morning. This is Transavia arriving from Thessaloniki in Greece. Transavia flight 5810, 2 hours and 37 minutes, the flight time. Buddy, mate, what are you doing? Dukman, aka Buddy. Just now I received notification from PayPal of a very generous donation, and he writes, I assume the birthday vodka is already gone, so go out for new vodka to get warm. Mate, I'm not being cold today. Absolutely no need for that. You really didn't have to do that, mate. That is really above and beyond. Thank you so much, buddy. But really, you didn't have to do that. More vodka to drink away the last memories that I still have. This is to flight 365 arriving from Boner. 9 hours and 6 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel Tango Foxtrot Kilo. And there is a Turkish A350 on departure to on center. Is it first to take off, Wolfgang? Or are there cheaters on Cheaters Lane? Let's see, next up, KLM flight 1136. That is an Embraer 190 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. And we have an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Brussels. And after that, the third airplane should be the first of the two 777s. I'm still looking because somewhere over here, standing more or less at the same location as where I was stood yesterday. Here we saw the third and furthest away airplanes on the glide slope. Not today. Don't think we can see them already. Right. A350 is rolling, so let's have a quick look. We're standing in line with the center runway, so between the building on the right and the advertisement on the left, we should start seeing the A350 from Turkish climbing out in a few moments. Nguyen is also back in the chat, tuning in from Hanoi in Vietnam. Welcome back, mate. Good afternoon and hope you've had a good day thus far. Here's the Turkish A350. Wing fluff over the top foil, we can see it. Should also be a good test case to see how low the clouds in the background are. Well, for a moment I thought we had our answer already, but thus far it's mostly wing fluff still. Oh, is this? Yeah. Yeah. There you go. That's where the airplane is entering the clouds. So yeah. Well, there you go. It's double triple time pretty soon, ladies and gentlemen. Double triple time. First of the two consecutive 777-300 ERS is over there. KLM flight 682. Now number 2 to arrive. And good morning, S-Mac Aviation Photography. And Sandu, good morning. E2 Emirates 195 arriving from Brussels. KLM flight 1704. So, waiting for the second triple to show itself. Ah, there it is, speaking of the devil. It doesn't seem to be showing any of those vortices that you sometimes see when planes enter from clouds. This is KLM flight 682, arriving from Vancouver, Canada, 777-300 the PH BVF, Bravo Victor Foxtrot. Minutes on the way. And if you joined us only just now, you may have missed the landing of the first 747 of today's show. There are 3 more upon us. The A380 is too. And with the current expected runway use for the upcoming hours, if all is well, and I'm saying this very carefully because I still have to see it to believe it, but if all is well, this runway is going to stay open for the next couple of hours as the only runway, so that means that all those quad-engined heavy hitters will be landing on this very runway. Now, hope I didn't jinx it by saying it out loud. Like I said before, I am careful. It is a very unusual choice to keep everything coming here. Thus far, it has come true. We haven't seen converging arrivals, which normally would have taken place between 11 and 11:40, so... Klaas says in Dutch, boy is drinking so much vodka, he is standing at the stuk in mijn Kaagbaan. Stuk in mijn kraag is a Dutch way of saying being drunk. And kraag, which also means color, like the color of your jacket. Play on words to the name of the runway, Kaagbaan. Hey, Bill J has also returned. Good to see you, Bill. Hope it was well with you. Hey, and who is that? ALVDOG Alvedog? Who might that be? What up, Alvin? Long time no see. Hope you've been well, mate. And what a day for you to return in the chat. Hope you have time to stick around until the end. Plan is to stick around until 2 p.m. local, and in that time span, if all is well, 3 747s and an A380. Expected runway use for inbound traffic, Kaagbaan only, until 3:20 or so. And now looking on flight radar, we can see that the first 747 is expected a few minutes to 1, Atlas Air. The 747 that is depicted in the thumbnail, expected around 1:30, the not without my mask livery. It's been a long time since we last saw that. Last airplane of today's show is going to be the DHL, arriving around 2 o'clock. And we also have the Emirates A380 entering Austrian airspace almost. ETA 120, so this, well, 10 minutes of separation, so no back-to-back glide slope shots most likely. This is what is still in store. So like I said before, if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around, plenty more coming. And just like Pokemon, we're going to try to catch them all. First up, KLM flight 1788, arriving from Hanover. Embraer 175. 42 minutes on the way. Pushback of a banana.
This shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
Let's have a look. I see some lights over there. I'm wondering. Oh, that's Ita leaving. Boo. Ita's going back home. He says, screw you guys, I'm going home. Long distance headshot. DHL A380. Where's it going to go to? Leipzig? Embraer 190 arriving from Bristol. Up next, KLM flight 1076. Leipzig, indeed. Okay, so that's going to leave from the center runway then. We should be able to see it from behind quite well. Jeroen is also back. The weather in AMS does not look very good. Well, it's infinitely better than it was earlier in the morning, mate. Luckily, it's not as cold as it was yesterday. Also, I am dressed a bit warmer. More layers. Next up is an A320neo arriving from Nice, which is nice. EasyJet flight 27954. And there is the BizJet that Wolfgang was referring to. I thought I might have missed it already. Gulfstream taking off. DHL looking at us ominously. Frank asks if my gloves are heated. I do have heated gloves, but these are just the fingerless gloves. Two Embraer 190s coming in. Flight 1292 arriving from Billund first. Flight 1134 from Dublin next. Hey there, Zikazor, who is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. For those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the Kaagbaan, which, according to Bezoek Bas, is going to be the only runway for inbound traffic in the next couple of hours. Thus far, it has been the case. And one 747 already landed. There are 3 more underway. One of them has a mask, not without my mask, special livery from Cargolux. It's been a long time since we last saw that, but today we're going to see it again. There's also a 757 underway from Iceland Air, which I think was it the same as yesterday, or... Anyway, plenty more to see, so if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. The 747s will land between now and 2 p.m. And if you guys have been enjoying what you've been seeing thus far, you want to help this channel reach a wider audience, liking and subscribing if you haven't done so already is the way to go. Should get the channel's content being promoted to people who are into live aviation, but who just haven't heard of the channel yet. Iceland Air is indeed the same as yesterday with the black tail, so if you missed it yesterday or only saw it during the replay, you will have another chance to see it while live today. Mervin says, just spent 2 weeks in the Netherlands, but boy was never at Schiphol when I was there. Next time maybe. Yeah, despite being here most days of the week, the majority of the hours I am not here. you need to be lucky. Next time, I hope you have had a good stay, Mervin, regardless. This was KLM flight 924, 737, returning from Eden.
Bruh.
And apparently Herper Dupper Dupper is now 5th for arrival, Marissa says. That is good news. First up, we are going to see KLM flight 604, arriving from LAX. That's 777-200 There it is already. 10 hours and 14 minutes on the way. It's the PHBQD. Bravo Quebec Delta. The airplane is 21 years old. The first flight of this airplane was in December 2003. PH Jet, good afternoon. Shadow Prepper, good afternoon. And welcome to the show, everybody else. Indeed, Jay, we did film your landing quite well. Thank you for letting us know beforehand that you were on the flight hour where you were seated. Classic KLM with immaculate flap surfaces. I've yet to find where they hide their car wash for airplanes, but it does look like those wide bodies in particular go through the car wash on a regular basis. In the meantime, the DHL A380 has gotten closer by, and it's going to cross the runway over here at some point. The question is, when will that moment be? Shadow Prepper is tuning in from warm Norway with blue sky and 26 degrees, so Norway has it better than we do over here. I think only on Tuesday and maybe on Wednesday we are going to see those temperatures, but for the remainder of the week the temperatures here are expected to get lower, or stay below 26 I should say, more appropriately. Right, the DHL A380. Holding short. There is a triplet of narrow bodies coming in right now, an Embraer 190, an Embraer 175, and yet another Embraer 190. 3 KLMs coming in from Glasgow, Aberdeen and Barcelona respectively. Emirates Sky Cargo is on the downwind leg, arriving from Dubai. I'm looking to my right, where I do see that the clouds are opening up somewhat, but still it is difficult to see any airplanes. There is still a ceiling, I think. Glide slope visibility is improving somewhat. So somewhere over there we should be able to see the 777 from Emirates Sky Cargo, normally speaking. Unfortunately, right now we are not able to see it yet. You can see that things are opening up, but right now the clouds are still in the way. And a BizJet took off in the background and the DHL is moving. Things happening simultaneously. Top right, the BizJet leaving, being illuminated by the sun, and the DHL is crossing the runway. Grover, dankjewel, thank you so much for the kind words. Grover says in Dutch, beautiful footage. Happy to hear that you are enjoying it. Next up, KLM flight 912, arriving from Aberdeen, that's number 175. Now, last couple of weeks there have been no airplanes that have parked on the north side of the apron, which is where the DHL airplane is now taxiing. I'm surprised to see it even taxiing over there, because to my knowledge it was inaccessible for airplanes. Apparently it is accessible, or at least part of it is. You can also see there's a Dixie in the foreground, several trucks, a tractor. Right, so the works take place in the foreground, and apparently there's still ample space for an A380 to pass behind. In the meantime, Herpa is landing here. Going viral with Itchy and Scratchy for 75 years. And the jokes, the Dutch pun, the Dutch play on words on the Kaagbaan continue. De vaagbaan, de veegbaan, de vertraagbaan, kraakbaan, kom omlaagbaan. Absolutely great, excellent guys. And Mike Romeo asks if it is windy at the Kaagbaan. The Kaagbaan. Lisa also joining, why not? Emirates Sky Cargo is going to be next after the arrival of the 737 before it. Looking to the west, things look grimmest. And it makes it hard to even see that 777 already. Klaus, thank you so much for belated birthday wishes. And for your generosity, thank you so much. Klaas writes in Dutch, it seems that on Thursday I forgot something. Happy birthday with your birthday. Wish you luck, love, and good health. Well, thank you so much, Klaas, for your best wishes and for your generous donation. You didn't have to give a donation. You did it anyway. Thank you so much for that. Now I will do the best I can to stay happy and healthy. I spy with my little eye a queen of the sky that is already getting pushed back. Making room for the Emirates Sky Cargo that is approaching next. Things are heating up, you can see heat waves. Now interesting to see that over here we have a big patch of blue sky. And the sun is now also shining without any clouds in the way. The backdrop still looks very gloomy, but that's just looking to the west in particular. Emirates Sky Cargo arriving from Aguadilla, no, Dubai World Center. Hours 26 minutes on the way. The Alpha 6 Echo Foxtrot Victor. Took 6 hours and 26 minutes for this airplane to get here. That's almost exactly the same as the A380 would have taken. I think we're in for a combo shot with the Emirates Triple and the 747 from Cargolux. In the meantime, the sky over here above me is very crisp. Allows for control spotting. Very crisp indeed. Right, so at the horizon things look very grim. Bob is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Storm Eagle as well. Good to see you all. Hope everybody is doing well. It's a beautiful day here. The sun is now shining. Although at the horizons everywhere things look gloomy. So if I zoom out a little bit and you see the backdrop, you'd think, oh wow, what's going on? Then again, the same can be said if you turn around the camera, look in the direction of the glide slope. We're not going to do that because I'm thinking we're going to see a nice combo shot with the 777 from Emirates that landed just now. Although, where's it going? Hopper in the meantime meantime, landing here in Embraer 190, arriving from Humberside. Ah, the Emirates Triple has decided to come this way. So it is coming this way. But not on the same side as where the 747 is. They'll be crossing the runway at some point. There's the Emirates. That is coming this way. In the meantime, Queenie over there. You can see that things have begun to warm up a little. Significantly more heat wave distortion than, let's say, an hour and a half ago. Matthijs says that the 777 will park closer to the Nata. Yep, but it still has to cross the runway still. With a little bit of luck, we might get to see them cross the runway simultaneously, the 777 and this airplane. Roy is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. A hot queen indeed. Eric is asking about the one missing airplane. I think Eric is referring to the 747 that was underway but was missing on flight radar for a long time. Well, they're back. I can show you quickly. Looking on flight radar, you can see, here it is. It's going to arrive around 1 o'clock. Around 1:30, we are going to see the Not Without My Mask. Around the same time, oh, now a little earlier, the Emirates A380. And Atlas Air expected around 2:07 now. That's going to be the last airplane for today's show. Interestingly, Bezoek Bus, which is the website that indicates expected runway use for the upcoming hours, has been indicating that only the Kaagbaan is going to stay open until 3:20. If that's going to come true, and thus far it has, we haven't seen converging arrivals today thus far. It means that we are going to see the A380 to the Kaagbaan as well. So fingers crossed that we are going to see that. In the meantime, the Emirates Triple is approaching, and it looks like Queenie is on the way, on the move as well. So Queenie is on the way out, and the Triple here is on its way in. I am thinking we're going to see parallel crossing of the runway pretty soon. The horizons are looking cloudy. This is looking to the north. This is looking to the east. This is looking to the west. And this is what it's looking like in the south. But there is a big, massive hole in the middle. And that's why the sun is shining abundantly right now. And you're seeing so much heat wave distortion between us and the Cargolux 747. In the meantime, one after the other Embraer 190 is arriving. Hadi Joko, goedemiddag. Gemma, goedemiddag. Two airplanes are preparing to cross the runway. The 747 on the one side, and the Emirates Triple on the other. Question is, when will they leave and cross the runway? The second airplane approaching behind me is going to be a Delta A330neo. I will turn around to film its arrival, those Embraer 190s. Even though I know so many of you are big fans of Embraers, I am going to leave for a moment. I'm more interested to see what the heavy hitters are doing. Queenie is on the move ever so slowly. They're preparing. KLM flight 1174 arriving from Stavanger is the next arrival. Embraer 190. Good afternoon to you too, Gary. Hope all is well. Since the wide bodies aren't going to cross the runway, let's film the arrivals instead. It's a damn wall. No movement. Movement, but not yet. Holding short in front of the taxiway. Right now, a cloud is photo bombing the sun. And look at this, we have an A330neo with flap tip vortices. Delta Airlines flight 144 arriving from Seattle, Washington, 8 hours and 53 minutes in the way, the November 403 Delta X-ray. 6-year-old airplane, first flight July 2019. Adi Thijs, Frederick Sands, and all others who join in the meantime. The triple is moving. The 747 isn't. Or is it? Yeah, it's also moving. It's also moving. Parallel runway crossing. Well done, lads. Uh-oh. GOT Aviation says in Leiden it began to rain. And we also have a Tiger in the chat. Good to see you, Tiger. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the Kaagbaan. Only runway for arrivals, and has been thus far. Abnormal day in that respect, because normally speaking, always 2 runways open up when it gets busy, but apparently it's not that busy today. This is KLM flight 765, arriving from Boner, 9 hours and 25 minutes away. It's the PH AOC. I say, what the fuck is happening with runway use today? It's an A330-200. Corrie en Jaap, groeten terug. Greetings back. The fog has returned and it is now time for KLM Flight 744 right from Lima in Peru. If you are in Peru, you're pretty close to a country called Ecuador. This is KLM Flight 744. 11 hours and 53 minutes on the way to get here. The PHBVN Bravo Victor November. The airplane is 10 years old already, first flight February 2015. Should be an airplane from KLM behind. KLM Flight 1294 arriving from Billund. And that's a 737-700, so probably be at a respectable distance considering the wake turbulence emanating from this airplane. Hey there, Hendrik, good afternoon. And indeed, amazing lighting conditions, although as soon as you mention it, you can see things changing already. Now, once again, the clouds are drifting in. Also overhead, the bit of blue that we had is further to the south. And once again, cloudiness is drifting in. There is one contrail that we can see a glimpse of. A twin jet coming this way from the southeast and seemingly flying to the northwest. So yeah, it was a brief moment where everything was sunlit and beautiful, but right now, once again, things are closing. It's going to get gray again. Welcome to the Netherlands, folks. That's what you get. Well, no, it was Lisa who jinxed it, so she's to blame. This is KLM Flight 1294, a 737-700 arriving from Billund, and after that we are going to see an EasyJet A320neo arriving from Milan. Indeed, Roy, zoom in to the blue sky and then at least it looks like there's no clouds at all. Yeah, welcome to the Netherlands, folks. Blue sky. There you go. So lovely. The EasyJet still is illuminated beautifully. This is EasyJet flight 27806 arriving from Milan. That's an A320neo. And Vueling with a regular A320 is behind it, arriving from Palma de Mallorca. What a difference a few minutes make. Oh, there's the Queen. taking off against a beautiful backdrop. Yep, already entering the clouds. That's your ceiling. Ceiling is back again. Next up, Welling, flight 2903, arriving from Palma de Mallorca. It's an A320. Behind it, an Embraer 190 from KLM and a 737-800 also from KLM. It's 12:35. Let's have a look to see where those 747s are at. We're still seeing narrow bodies coming in for the time being. Let's have a quick look and see. This is what is in store. Atlas Air, the first wide body, the first quad squad member, is expected in around half an hour from now. Arriving from Miami, Florida. The A380 is underway, ETA 120. The Cargolux, not without my mask, special livery, around 125 expected now. And Atlas Air, running a bit late, 213 the ETA, arriving from Miami, Florida. Last airplane of today's show. For some reason it is running a bit behind. Slowing down in comparison with the other airplanes. Thus far in the show, one 747 has landed, and we also had one go around, an A220 from Croatia Airlines. To me, it's still unclear what happened there. Has anybody heard, or did anybody listen to ATC at the time? Traffic jam on the highway. It's been crazy with the road constructions on the A4. Everything between The Hague and Amsterdam now and in the upcoming years under construction. KLM flight 1164 arriving from Bergen. Does come equipped with a carry cabin, which you can see at the back of the fuselage. Yesterday we saw a 757-200 flying for Iceland Air in a black and white livery, and today it is returning. That is about 30 minutes out according to Wolfgang. Thanks for the heads up, mate. Time for a quick drink. And Wilma is leaving. See you later, Wilma. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of your day. Next up, Transavia. But this is an A321, and you might be wondering, they don't have them in their fleet, do they? That's right, this is privilege stall. What's your style? It's returning from Faro. 2 hours and 33 minutes. It has taken this flight to get here. Spanish registered ECNLJ November Lima Juliet. Oscar wonders if one is able to listen to ATC conversations. It certainly is. Liveatc.net is your place to go to. You'll find all the channels, all the ATC channels that are there, including the ATIS for both inbound and outbound. Yoko wonders if I already had vacation. I don't think I've had vacation since I went skiing in February the previous year. But that's okay. If you're doing stuff you enjoy doing, you don't need vacation. Vueling flight 8309 is arriving from Barcelona. It's an A320, the ECMKO. The dot is still in place indeed, boss. Reverser also seems to be present. Bowie, good afternoon. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at the Kaagbaan, which surprisingly today, thus far, has been the only runway for inbound traffic. And according to Bezoek Bus, it's going to stay that way for another few hours to come, until 3:20. That means that everything arriving from the east will also be coming to this runway, if all is well. Thus far, we haven't seen 36 right open in the stream, and everything that also arrived from the east went to this runway. Also between 11 and 11:40, when usually converging arrivals would have commenced. Now, why am I saying this? Because the Emirates A380 is expected after 1 o'clock and normally would have gone to the secondary runway. But it looks like today might be the exception to that. So not only are there 3 747s underway that are arriving from Miami, Florida and are expected between 1 and 2 o'clock, well, shortly after 2 o'clock, but the A380 is also expected and could possibly land here on the Kaagbaan as well. Shamrock arriving just now. Now it's time for EasyJet. How well can we see the airplanes on the glide slope? Not very. Although now we can see the A321neo from Transavia. That's the one arriving from Preveza. We've seen better glide slope shots, then again it's also been worse. This is EasyJet flight 27818 arriving from Olbia. Flight time 2 hours and a minute. It's the OELSK, and how frequently have we seen it? Think maybe during every stream thus far? OELSK. Next up will be the Transavia A321neo that we saw emerging from the clouds just now, arriving from Preveza. That's in Greece. 2 hours and 40 minutes to flight time. It's the Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Bravo. The Bravo at the end of the registration signifies that this is one of Transavia's own airplanes. If the last letter is one of the first letters of the alphabet, it's one of their own. If the last letter of the registration is one of the last letters of the alphabet, it means it's a rental, a lease, not property of Transavia itself. Aphrodita has to go again. Thanks for stopping by, Aphrodita. Enjoy the rest of your day and hopefully see you again soon. A321neos are very capable of producing cables or vortices at the end of their flap tips whenever there is relative high humidity. Case in point, this airplane. Earlier arrivals preceding it did not show those cables, although it has to be said they're not the most clear to see. We have seen them thicker. Hey, Bill is also back in the chat. Bill Peterson, tuning in from Minnesota. Welcome back, Bill. Hope you've been well. And what a great timing for you to join us. Hope you'll be able to stick around until approximately 2:15 p.m. local time, because from between now and then we are going to see 3 747s and an A380. First, we are going to see a Delta A330 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. It has yet to become apparent. It will probably emerge from the clouds somewhere over there. And there it is. Delta Airlines Flight 164 is the next arrival. 7 hours and 39 minutes on the way. A330-300, the November 810 November Whiskey. Hadi Thijs, goedemiddag. Welcome to all others who have joined in the meantime. Delta Airlines Flight 164 is 20 years old. Its first flight was in May 2005. The November 810 November Whiskey. Air France A320 is going to be next after that. Still flying a bit further away in the vicinity of Leiden. That's an A320 arriving from Paris. I do see that KLM Flight 622 is also approaching, as is KLM Flight 751 arriving from Guayaquil, and the first 747 is also approaching. The heavy hitters are approaching, and with the exception of this Delta, they are still over the Gulf of Yorkshire. If all is well, they are going to land over here. First up, Delta Airlines Flight 164 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Low-key wheelie. Well done. And there's the wake. Sudden gust of wind. And Am I feeling drizzly droplets again? I think I am. We're going from sunshine to small, slight drizzly droplets. What a day. The weather varying from hour to hour. This is what it looks like to the north. This is what it looks like to the east. This is what things now currently are looking like to the west. And this is what it looks like to the south. You'll see there's a bit of blue over there and a bit of blue over there. And also over there, once again, I am starting to feel a few droplets. And I can see them on my lens as well. Well, it's probably going to get wet again, but these are light droplets that can also fly a bit more horizontally because of their weight. The second 747 is going to approach pretty soon. Before that, a 777, two 777s, a 777-300ER and a 200ER, and then the 747. And before the first triple arrives, two narrow bodies. First up, Air France flight 1640 arriving from Paris, and after that the KLM Embraer 190 arriving from Rennes. Yeah, so if I zoom out, I can show you a bit of blue. If I zoom in, it looks like hell is upon us. This is Air France flight 1640 arriving from Paris. A320, the Foxtrot Golf Kilo X-Ray Quebec. 42 minutes on the way, A320. After that, KLM flight 1414 arriving from Rennes in La Douce, France. And right now we are still experiencing an ever so slight drizzle that doesn't get you wet, but will show up on camera lenses. Kevin D, good afternoon. Welcome to the show, mate. Perfect timing. 4 747s in today's show. One already landed. The second one is approaching, and the third and fourth are not too far out. The third 747 is going to be the Not Without My Mask special livery. We're also going to see the A380. Thus far, everything has been going to the Kaagbaan only. And Bezoek Bus is indicating that for the next hours it's going to stay like that. Well, we can see the gear extending on KLM flight 622, the first of the two triples. Can we see the second triple already? Don't think we can. Glide slope visibility has been on and off today. Two airplanes we can see. Seeing three at once thus far has been too much to ask for. Yeah, it's not happening today, I think. It does make for a nice contrast, this backdrop with the dark clouds, a bit of blue, whitish clouds further to the bottom right. Everything is in the shade, unfortunately. That's the downside. So this is KLM flight 1414 arriving from Rennes. And after that, 3 consecutive wide bodies, a 777-300, a 777-200 and a 747-8. As a matter of fact, the first 747 of the 3, the one that got lost on Flight Radar earlier in the morning, but on FlightAware was still traceable. So after this should be the 747. Question of course is, can we see it? The answer is not yet, not yet, not yet. Question is, how fast are we going to see it? How quickly? This is KLM flight 622. KLM flight 622, a 777-300, 7 hours and 57 minutes on the way. It's the Papa Hotel, Bravo Victor Papa. Beautiful wheelie landing. And that's the wake. Wind all of a sudden picking up. Can we see Her Majesty now? Yes, we can. There she is. Second queen of the show, being preceded by KLM flight 751, which is coming in from Guayaquil, which of course is in Lifeline 2. Thank you so much for your donation and your kind words. Good afternoon, boy. We have to we have to whine about the weather. It comes as it comes. Also don't like 35 degrees. I prefer this. Greetings and make something nice out of it. I will definitely do that. I'm not sure which I prefer more. You can dress for cold better than for warmth. Granted. I'm in between. There's something to say about both. Thank you so much, Lifeline, for the kind words and for the support. Alrighty, Andrew also back. Welcome back, Andrew. Perfect timing. Second of four queens in today's show is going to be next, so I'm not going to linger extensively on this landing. Yeah, wheelie, nose gear, touchdown. Here we go. Queen number 2 is upon us. The one that was lost on Flight Radar in the morning, but has re-emerged. It is Atlas Air Flight 8028, arriving from Miami, Florida. 8 hours and 30 minutes on the way. Boeing 747-8, the November 854 Golf Tango. It's a 747-8. Oh! No. Get the fuck out. That's not good. That's not good. This is definitely not good. They're flying in the direct... Oh no, even more. What the fudge? This is not good. Those birds are flying over the runway right now. They're now flying past it. There's even more. They're continuing. Yeah, this... I hope they're clear of the 747. What the fudge? That was looking sketchy there for a moment. That was looking sketchy. And that's the wake. And the reversers. This airplane, 12 years old, first flight February 2013, 8 hours and 32 minutes it took to get here. And that's a long distance headshot in the making. And I am seeing that despite what the Bezoek bus was indicating, traffic from the east now has been directed to 36 right. I see Lot. Lot seems to be the first airplane landing again on 36 right. So Bezoek bus seems to have been wrong. Means that the A380 is going to be a likely candidate for the wrong runway. Smeerbaan just now opened. Indeed, Flores. So unlike what Bezoek bus was indicating. Let me just go ahead and update the ticker. Since we can now clearly see that 36 right has also opened up for arrivals. Her Majesty the Queen. She's coming this way. Wind is blowing from the northwest. Means it is almost perpendicular to the runway heading, but it is still only 6 knots of wind. And according to the meter, there's no more ceiling, although we do have few clouds at 1500 feet and scattered clouds at 2500 feet. In a few moments, the Emirates A380, oh wait, no, it has already entered Dutch airspace, so you can probably already tell what runway it has been assigned to. And Flores is already indicating it is assigned to 36 right, as expected. Paul has also returned in the chat. Good to see you, Paul. Welcome back, mate. Hope you've been well. This is the second queen of the show that just landed here. There are 2 more on the way. The next arrival, the next 747 arriving here is going to be the one with the mask, not without my mask, flying just north of Norwich, and which it is about to traverse the Gulf of Yorkshire. That's the penultimate 747 of today's show. The last one is flying over England, west of Dublin. A quick look of the picture-in-picture on FlightRadar tells us that the Emirates A380 is in Dutch airspace. The Cargolux, not without my mask, with an ETA of 136, is about to cross over the Gulf of Yorkshire. And here over Ireland, the last airplane of today's show with an ETA of 211 is going to be the DHL operated by Polar Air Cargo. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. We're going to catch all of these quad squad members, just like Pokemon. And if you have been enjoying the show thus far and you haven't done so already, consider adding to the number of likes that we already have in the show. It'll help to promote the channel's content to new viewers who are into aviation but who haven't heard of the channel yet, and who might also be interested in joining our awesome community. Happy to hear that, Paul. Everything is well on my end as well. And as the Queen is parking. Air Transat is arriving. Air Transat having crossed the Atlantic Ocean from Toronto to Amsterdam. A321neo. Next up will be KLM flight 1502. In the meantime, I see that Bill Peterson went ahead and gifted us generous super chat. Great way to start a Sunday here in Minnesota. And Mark H went ahead after him, gifting 5 memberships just now. Gentlemen, thank you both so much for your respective generous donations. If you are one of the recipients of Mark's gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you to him and enjoy the custom emojis that now are at your disposal for a month. Bill, thank you so much for your kind words. I'm happy to hear you're enjoying the content still, and I hope that goes for everybody. And Mark, thank you so much for your generosity and gifting 5 memberships just now. You didn't have to do that, but you did it anyway. And that also goes for Bill. Bill Peterson. There's no Peter Bilson in the chat, is there? That would be confusing. There was a request in the chat for a breakdown of the METAR, and I will happily give you one. The METAR is the weather report and is very informative. Let's have a look. The METAR in the ticker is now showing, and let me also go through what you can see in the ticker. So the EHAM abbreviation is one of the 2 international Schiphol abbreviations, AMS being the other. Then the time and date of the report. The report is from the 17th, and from 10:25, that is 12:25 local time. Visibility is 9999. 10+ kilometers of visibility. We'll have wind blowing from, what's the direction? 320, 6 knots. That's indicated over here, and over here, and over here. 270 V020 means that the wind direction is variable between 270 degrees as indicated by this arrow and 020 degrees as indicated by this arrow. So the wind is blowing more or less between these directions, but this is the prevailing direction. Let's continue with what we see over here. We have more time. Then we start with clouds. Few clouds at 1500 feet. That's this layer over here. Scattered clouds at 2500 feet. That's over here. That's a more dense layer. The air temperature is 19 degrees Celsius. That's indicated over here. The dew point is 14 degrees Celsius. That's the temperature at which water will start to condensate. The air pressure, QNH, 1023 hectopascals. And tempo means temporary periods. Those temporary periods lasting no longer than 30 minutes. Broken clouds to 2000 feet. So we have temporary periods of no longer than 30 minutes where we have broken clouds at 2000 feet. And that means that there are openings in the clouds, but they are short-lived. In other words. Alrighty, next up Sky Express flight 790, that's an A320neo arriving from Athens. Three hours and 3 minutes on the way. It's the Sierra X-Ray Charlie Romeo Echo. And next after that we are going to see the Iceland Air flight 500, the same 757-200 that we saw yesterday. It's the same 757 with the black and white livery that we saw yesterday. That's a good summary there, Paul, to summarize the METAR. A bit windy and cloudy. Most definitely the case. Right, next up, special livery Iceland Air 757-200, the same that we saw yesterday, arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland. 2 hours and 39 minutes the flight time. It is the TFFIA, the Tango Foxtrot India Alpha. And that is a 25-year-old airplane. First flight was in August 2000. So converging arrivals have begun. Unfortunately, that means that the Turkish A330 that is now approaching will also be directed to the wrong runway. Has anybody... Oh, wait, no. Flores already mentioned. He confirmed that the A380 was indeed confirmed for 36 right. Bill says, outstanding audio with great visuals. Not this morning before I went live. The XLR cable of my blimp broke. There's an XLR piece that connects between the microphone in the blimp and the XLR that you can, the cable that you can attach on the exterior. Luckily, I can also feed the XLR cable directly into the microphone. It just makes the cable management a bit difficult when I'm done with the stream, but not impossible. I was hearing static, I was fiddling around, and then all of a sudden the cable came loose. The head, I mean. And this is Fidel Kestrel. Fidel Kestrel sitting over there on the tarmac. Looking pretty and whatnot. Not hovering as a helicopter. And that's an old Nat Geo around the world livery, says Roy. Mitvi has to go. Mitvi, thank you so much for joining. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Fidel Kestrel over there. What a beautiful bird. When hovering still, but also when sitting on the ground. So we are going to have to wait a few minutes before the next arrival here on Kaagbaan. We are going to be able to see the Turkish A330 somewhere. Though I'm wondering what altitude is it flying on. 1750 feet. Not seeing it yet. Or am I? I'm totally missing it. I think it's still further out than I thought it was. In the meantime, Fidel Kestrel is quietly sitting there, having a wash, having a good time. Nobody in the vicinity to chase him away. No distractions or anything. Is the Turk moving or... Yeah, it is moving. It was just further away when I was zoomed out on flight radar. The A380 is approaching and is now flying in the vicinity of Almere. Now the clouds are severely in the way today. I'm still not seeing the A330, which I think ought to be really close by. Olaf has to go. Thank you so much for joining, Olaf, and enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Serious grooming indeed, but that's what birds do. Ah, there's the A330. I was already looking for it. Thank you so much. It's headed right for the camera. No, it's the camera. You've got your camera set up so high. No, mate, no need to. No need to. It's right. It's really funny. Have a look. Camera in the foreground. Turkish A330 in the background. Turkish Airlines flight 1957. The A380 is already being directed further to the south, following the other airplanes that are following this airplane. to runway 36 right. And this is where we are losing it. In the meantime, stuff is going on here on Cargo Central. The Air China Cargo A330-200 has been pushed back and its engines are being started. The Wolfgang has to go. Mate, thank you so much for joining. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate, and hopefully see you again later in the week, next week. Now we are going to stick around for another hour or so. The Emirates A380 is upon us. 2 747s, one of them wearing a face mask. And the 747s are expected for the right runway, the runway we are standing next to. Unfortunately, the A380 is already flying further to the south and it's going to land on runway 36 right. As you can see, the sun is clearly shining over there where the A330 is parked. There's a small slither of blue sky over here. And that is exactly what is illuminating both the A330 over there, the runway and the building, the freight building or whatever it is, Freightway Schiphol, the building over there, also being illuminated. Given the direction of the wind, I'm expecting we are also going to get a few seconds of sunshine here as well pretty soon. In the meantime, Emirates A380 is flying over what is called Loosdrechtse Plassen, over the town of Breukelen in the vicinity of Utrecht. In the meantime, the Embraer 190 arrival from Nantes has arrived on the glide slope to the Kaagbaan. I can see it vaguely behind me. It's not yet very crisp and clear. Ricardo has to go. Ricardo, fijne zondag. Tot de volgende. And thank you for joining. Bob is also signing off. Time for his beauty sleep. See you later, Bob. Take care. Now, unfortunately, with the converging arrivals in progress right now, that means that only one runway will be open for outbound traffic. Means that this A330 is going to take off from the Polderbaan, which is furthest away from where we are standing. It's going to make it a bit hard to see. So yeah, the sun has begun to shine over here right now for a brief moment. Small leather box of blue sky is now drifting in. And it seems that we've crossed through 750 likes. That's 3/4 underway to an airplane dance. With another hour or so to go before ending the stream, we might actually stand a chance of making it today. It's all up to you, it's in your hands. Let's have a quick look at the Embraer 190, KLM Flight 1420, arrival from Nantes. And then let's see if the A330 will start moving. Lighting, of course, exquisite with the sun illuminating it. It is KLM, but Air France op is operating it to make things confusing. The Emirates A380 is turning base and Cargolux, not without my mask, is approaching the coastline. Normally speaking, we ought to be able to see it somewhere over there once it gets vectored to the downwind leg. I don't think we're going to be so lucky today. but that won't keep me from looking to see if we might still catch a glimpse of it. The A330-200 in the meantime has begun to move, and since there's no other traffic in the immediate vicinity, it's crossing the runway right away. Air China Cargo undoubtedly on its way to the Polderbaan. And ULS is now also on flight radar, Marissa says. That's the A330 today, not the A310. So that's going to be pushed back pretty soon as well, if all is well. The Emirates A380 is turning in. Number 3 on flight radar, but I'm more interested to see what altitude it's flying on. 2,200 feet. So on paper, I think we ought to start seeing it pretty soon. Then again, we also had trouble seeing the A330. Only became visible very last minute. The Cargolux is flying somewhere over there. Normally speaking, when it gets its vectors to the right for the downwind leg, it is visible somewhere over there. I think the clouds are seriously in the way. No, it is already further that way. I am wrong. It's already over there somewhere. The spatial separation between the A380 and the 747 is good. It means they're not going to land simultaneously. So let's focus on what we are going to see first, and that is probably the A380 somewhere over there. The A380 is now on final. Emirates Flight 147. Now for those of you who just joined us to watch the A380, there's a 747 landing parallel, almost a few minutes behind the A380. And there's also another 747 expected to arrive here within the hour. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around, because we're going to try to catch them all. The A380 has become apparent now. There it is. Emirates Flight 147 arriving from Dubai. 6 hours and 26 minutes on the way. Registration Alpha 6 Echo Echo Yankee. 6 hours and 26 minutes, that's the nominal flight duration. Usually the average flight time around this time would be 6.5 hours. So almost exactly to the minute, this is a nominal flight duration. The Alpha 6 Echo Echo Yankee is 11 years old. First flight was in March 2014. And you can see that the sun is shining on it over there. In the meantime, I'm also looking to my right, because on the glide slope to the Kaagbaan, Runway 06, the Not Without My Mask Cargolux 747-8 is also turning. We'll probably be able to follow this airplane until it is behind the buildings and will no longer be visible. And then quickly turn around. I do see the 747 already. If I have to choose, I will choose the Not Without My Mask 747. It's already approaching. Right, the last few meters. This is where we're going to lose it. Let's quickly turn around. The Not Without My Mask Special Livery Cargolux 747-8. Now next to land here. The penultimate 747 of today's show. We're going to stick around for the other one that's also arriving from Miami and is expected here in a little under an hour from now. This is Cargolux flight 94 kilo, or at least that's the call sign. There's no flight number here visible on flight radar. Arriving from Miami, Florida, 8 hours and 26 minutes on the way. 747-8 freighter. Surprisingly, number 7 of Flight Radar, only 811 people are tracking it. The airplane is 12 years old. The Lima X-Ray Victor Charlie Foxtrot. First flight, August 2012. Welcome back to the Netherlands, Your Majesty. Let's get loud. Looking good as ever. Oh, bit of a firm landing. All right, race for the wake. A landing entire Amsterdam could feel broke some dishware. Yeah. Right. Time for a long distance headshot of Her Majesty, who is undoubtedly going to park over there where the ULS A380 is being pushed back. Now, if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. In the vicinity of Liverpool and with an ETA of 207, we still have this DHL 747 that we are going to await. ULS cargo today, not with the A310, but with an A330. Queenie is coming.
Whoa, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way, bitch, get out the way.
Right. It's as if the Queen is looking at us like, what's this ULS Turkish like, eh? Why won't it move? It's as if it's like what's that guy called again? From The Office, looking in the camera, breaking the wall. Jim. Traffic jam on Schiphol Oost. Well, not Schiphol Oost, the south side of the cargo apron, more precisely. All right. ULS is moving.
Oh, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way, bitch, get out the way.
Finally, you can see the sigh of relief from the Queen. Finally, that fat A330 is going. Take your business elsewhere. And Darren Smith has just joined us. Welcome to the show, mate. Perfect timing. Third of 4 queens just landed. The A380 did too. And we've been standing here at the southwesterly threshold of the Kaagbaan, runway 0624. Kaagbaan, the primary runway for arrivals, although converging arrivals now in progress. The A330 making way. And the ULS A330 is soon going to cross the runway. The question is, when is that going to happen? And apparently Air France from Lyon has people on board watching. Or not. The message is retracted again. Let's see if we can film its arrival regardless. Air France Bombardier C-Series 300 is coming next. It's not from Lyon, that's from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Air France flight 1740. Omelette du fromage, vin rouge, oui oui. Richard asks if I've ever flown a 747. The answer is sadly no. Maybe to your surprise, I haven't flown that much. And I have flown on 737s mostly and 777-200s thus far. It seems that the A330 is still waiting. Gives us time to film the arrival of Transavia flight 6142, arriving from Alicante. And ULS on the move. Alrighty, next up, what looks to be a relocation flight. If it is a flight number, it is a an extraordinary flight number, but I think it's just the call sign KLM 9936. Any flights or call signs with 99 usually indicate either training flights or relocation flights. This one is arriving from Southampton, 51 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray Kilo. Converging arrivals, you can see in the background more arrivals. Now, let's see. Next up will be the Air France Embraer 190 arriving from Lyon. Air France op de Verhubelf. Registration is Foxtrot Hotel Bravo Lima Foxtrot. Flight time 1 hour and 9 minutes for an Embraer 190 long range. That doesn't seem like a long flight. Only 394 nautical miles. The airplane is 17 years old. First flight March 2008. Nice landing there. Well done. PH Jet has to go. Thanks for stopping by, mate. Hopefully see you again later in the week. And John Dutch Canadian also in the chat. He says that the Air Canada strike is over. That's good. Have they reached an agreement? Bill asks, any go-arounds today? And in fact there was one, and we still don't know, or at least unless it has been mentioned in the chat and I have missed it, why it occurred. I'm thinking maybe spatial separation, but then again the previous airplane was already vacating the runway. I think it had already vacated when they went around, so I'm not sure. Croatia Airlines and A380 went around earlier in the show. Broke off pretty early. So I'm not sure if they were unstable or if there was another reason. Not sure if anybody knows why the go around earlier today happened. If anybody was listening in on ATC at the time. So converging arrivals in progress right now, and the next arrival for the Kaagbaan is going to be Vueling Flight 1375. That's an A320neo arriving from Alicante. The ECNDB, non-directional beacon. There it is. You might be wondering, how's glide slope visibility? Well, it's hard to determine because the next airplane is still pretty far out. But yeah, now becoming visible in the right in the center. And looking on Flight Radar, it seems to be happening at the same location that I also saw airplanes becoming visible earlier in the show. So it doesn't look like the glide slope visibility is improving that much. Looking in the direction the wind is blowing from, I'm also not seeing much improvement in the sun department. In fact, as I am starting to say this, I'm starting to feel those teeny tiny droplets again that don't get you wet, but will show on a camera lens. Nancy is retiring and will be going to sleep soon. Thank you for joining, Nancy. Hope you enjoyed. Hopefully see you again later next week. Hans' favorite. Speaking of him, don't think we've seen him in the chat today, have we? Anyway. Nancy hopes that we'll get to see an airplane dance before the end of the show. How far along are we? 790? I'm afraid it's not going to happen, Nancy. Don't think you need to look for the remainder of the stream after you will have left to see an airplane dance. Too far away. It's not going to happen. Hey, nice. Istanbul Maritime saw me while landing. Flipping awesome. Yeah, you need to know where you need to look very carefully. You'll miss it before you know it. This is the Sunweb special livery from Transavia in the background, by the way. And indeed, Bill, this is runway 06. The airplane's landing on the runway we are standing next to is 06. The ones in the background are going to the converging runway 36 right, which earlier was said wasn't going to become the secondary runway until 3:20, but they opened it at 1 o'clock like they normally would have done. So in the end, only the time block from 11 until 11:40 a.m. was just the Kaagbaan, when normally it would have been converging arrivals. Another KLM Embraer 175, and after that we are going to see a 737-800. Hadi Jorn, goedemiddag. And good afternoon to everybody else. If you missed it, 3 747s and the A380 have already landed. The last 747 to have landed is the Not Without My Mask special livery from Cargolux. There's one 747 still underway and we're sticking around until it has landed. It should land here in, what was it again? What was the last ETA? 2 something something. Let's see. Looks like we have a few moments to spare to check out flight radar after this arrival. This is KLM flight 1630, arriving from Venice in Italy. 1 hour and 25 minutes on the way. It's the Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Alpha. 737-800. 26 years old, first flight January 1999. No Karen cabin on board, as you can see. Karen will want to speak to the manager, knowing this. Hadi Joop, goedemiddag. Alpevaart, goedemiddag. Duns, goedemiddag. Ah, and the ETA of the last airplane of today's show is going to be 2:09. Duns looked up the estimated time of arrival of the next 747. Should be crossing the Gulf of Yorkshire as we speak at this point. Quick look on flight radar shows us that that is actually true. Still northwest of Norwich. Its ETA now stands at 2:11. EasyJet. Jesus is flying back to London Gatwick. Now, full as well, the Retro Transavia is also underway, but it's still in Croatian airspace. Its estimated time of arrival is 3:20. That's out of the scope of today's show. I will have to wrap up after this airplane has landed. We're sticking around another half hour or so of airplanes arriving. Hanky Panky in. The names you guys have. Vlekje, Flopje, Hanky Panky. Welcome to the show, guys. At the moment things have gotten a little darker over here. No blue sky to be seen looking around me. This is what it looks like to the north. This is what it looks like to the west. This is what it looks like to the east. And this is what it looks like to the south. Earlier there were still bits of blue in the sky. Right now it's hard to find any. Although I think west of us there is maybe still an opening. Right now, airplanes coming to Schiphol are still a bit further out. I do see that my freighter is returning from Tashkent. Unfortunately, it's going to the wrong runway, but still, we should be able to see it from here over We should see it from over here pretty soon. There's an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Krakow that is turning final for 36 right. Quite a few cargo airplanes. No movement there yet. And you're also indicating that in the west of Amsterdam there's no sun shining at the moment. Marissa has to go. Thank you for joining, Marissa. Got to work a lot this week, so I don't know when I will be able to join you again. We'll see you when we do. Thank you for stopping by. And enjoy the rest of your Sunday, Marissa. And see you soon. And Bill, my plans for streaming are always the same. Weather permitting, Thursdays through Sundays. Now the exception will be next week, Saturday. I will not be streaming. I'll probably do a compensatory stream the Monday after. So not this Monday, but Monday next week. I'll be going to sail on Saturday. But weather permitting, I should be able to do a stream on Monday instead. Maria also leaving. Bedtime has arrived. Thank you for stopping by, Maria. And you have a nice sleep. See you soon. The Dash 8-100 from the Coast Guard is returning on the glide slope to 36 right, but probably going to do a breakaway landing to runway 04. Because that's what they usually do. Quite a few BizJets do that as well. Yep, turning in. Turning in, breaking away to land on runway 04 instead of 36 right. Starting to get really dark here all of a sudden. Or is that just my phone? Oh, it's my phone screen dimming a little bit. What a difference a few minutes make. The one moment you'll be basking in sunshine and the other you're borderline freezing. Hey, says SAS Embraer 195 from Amsterdam to Oslo is returning to Schiphol. The alert is indicating. Where's it at right now, and is it known yet which runway it will be assigned to? Hey, thanks for the thumbs up, Hans, old Dutch spotter. Zigazord is also going. Thanks for joining, mate. So apparently there's an SAS Embraer returning. In the meantime, KLM flight 792 should be on the glide slope to runway 06. So let's have a look if we can see it already. Not yet. But this is where it is expected to emerge. Yep, there we go. Making its way over to the Kaagbaan through the clouds. There it is. It's a 777-300 arriving from Sao Paulo. Sao Paulo, that's in Latin America, and that's a continent where you can also find a country called
Ecuador!
10 hours and 52 minutes, the flight duration. It's the PHBVC, Bravo Victor Charlie. SAS Polawan apparently. Interesting, Paul. Because that will be a tailwind landing. Means that shit has hit the fan if they don't have time enough to make it to Kaagbaan or Aalsmeerbaan, or if need be, center from the south. Yeah, that might well be the departure runway. It's the departure runway for not. It's not the departure runway for nothing. The prevailing wind. Interesting. SAS seemingly landing on the Kaagbaan. Gillard is now indicating that seems to make more sense. Squeaky clean flap surfaces as we are used of KLM, at least the wide bodies. Hey, and Steven is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Hey, Lars. Well, if you joined us only just now, there's 3 747s and an A380 whose landing you probably have missed already. We're still waiting for a 4th 747, which is expected in 20 minutes from now, approximately. Yeah, SAS is now to the south of me. Let me go and enable AMS, both inbound and outbound, so that I can see. Yeah, I see the Embraer 195 to Oslo. Yeah, that's most definitely going to land on the Kaagbaan. It's now downwind. Ryanair is probably going to precede it. And it looks like the ULS A330 has just taken off from Polderbaan, which means we ought to start seeing it somewhere over there in a few moments. Or have I missed its departure? Probably the latter. That's odd. Well, birdstrike at takeoff. Is that what happened with the SAS? This is KLM flight 902 arriving from Inverness in Scotland. PHEXY. 1 hour 12 minutes on the way. 7-year-old airplane, 1st of February 2018. Right, next up, 236 right is going to be my freighter arriving from Tashkent. That's 767-300. Let's have a quick look at it before the next arrival to the Kaagbaan is going to be really close by. So yeah, this is a newcomer to Schiphol. My freighter, flight 67617. It's a 767 arriving from Tashkent. You're hearing GE90s, and that is correct because there's a triple over there starting its engines. That's GE90s that you're hearing. Unique sound, instantaneously recognizable as such. As I was saying, this is my freighter, a newcomer to Schiphol, flight 67617, arriving from Tashkent. It's a 767-300. 6 hours and 50 minutes of flight time. We've seen it before twice now. This is the 3rd time we're seeing it. Although earlier encounters with it were when it was landing on this runway, I think, if I recall correctly. Yeah, my freighter, well, just like Flexport yesterday, a simplistic livery. Although, granted, Flexport also had a black tail. Right, the GE90s are being started. As you can see, the flaps and the slats have not yet been set yet. Look at the leading edge of the wings. You see they are doing the control check now. Elevator up, neutral, elevator down, neutral. Next, ailerons, usually aileron to the right first. Aileron to the left, no, to the right. Neutral, aileron to the left, and you can see that the leading edge of the wings are extending, and they're doing the rudder, left rudder, right rudder, back to neutral. You can see that the leading edge of the wings is extending downward. Those are the slats on the back side of those wings. The flaps are extending as well. And after the controls have been checked, the flaps have been set. And before taxi checklist is completed, they'll request taxi, and once they get clearance, they'll start moving. Question is, when is it going to traverse the runway? There's an SAS 777. No, there's a Qatar 777-300 coming to 36 right, which I can already see. Ryanair flight 3100 is arriving from Dublin, Ireland. That's the 737, which is going to be next here to the Kaagbaan. It looks like there's a gap between the next two airplanes to the Kaagbaan and the SAS, which is returning. So maybe the triple is going to cross the runway between those airplanes. Stephen wonders, we can see they work, but can the pilots see? They can. If they look out of the window, they'll at least see that the ailerons are functional, but they'll have to rely on their screens to see whether or not their controls are working. Qatar 777 flight 273 777-300 arriving from Doha. Right, next up, KLM flight 1032 arriving from Chester. It's an A321 Neo from KLM, and this is the Faxi PHAXI. Relatively new airplane. Started flying in June this year. The triple, in the meantime, has moved closer by. Right, next to land on the Kaagbaan is going to be the SAS, which is returning from its outbound flight to Oslo. And we can already see that the China cargo triple is continuing and will cross the runway before the SAS is going to land here. Let's see, the 747 should also be in the vicinity by now, and it is. It is still over the Gulf of Yorkshire, coming this way. And it seems that we have passed 800 likes. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you for sticking out here with me. So much things you can do in the world. But you guys chose to stay here and watch the airplanes, so... Right, let's have a look at the diverting SAS Flight 822. It returns to Schiphol after having left from Schiphol, going to Oslo. Now after 27 minutes of flight, it's coming back. What's going on is still speculation. Or has anybody heard? Was anybody listening in on ATC when they declared they wanted to go back? It's hard to see if they shut off one of the engines. Doesn't sound abnormal. Flaps seem to be extended normally. The landing speed seems to be normal. It's not drifting. It doesn't look like there's it doesn't look like there's asymmetric thrust. It must be something else. Could have been a bird strike still. One where they didn't have to shut down the engine and they're just coming back as a precautionary measure. Could also be medical. Your guess is as good as mine. In the meantime, a long distance headshot. My freighter has arrived. No firefighters to be seen. No emergency services. APU is running too. I saw that as well, Storm Eagle. Well spotted. Yes, they're just going. Not seeing any emergency vehicles driving off to the airplane. KLM Flight 706 arriving from Rio de Janeiro is next. 777-200. Dukman says they forgot Karen. The cabin is missing the top. Maybe that's the reason they had to go back. They forgot Karen. She'll want to speak to the manager about this. This is unacceptable. Do you know who she is? Inexcusable. Now I'm wondering, it is now 2:03 and I'm not seeing any traffic to the other runway anymore. 36 right. Looks like everything arriving to Schiphol is going back to the Kaagbaan exclusively. My freighter in the meantime has found a parking space and is parking. I'm live streaming, yeah, indeed.
YouTube?
On YouTube.
What's the channel?
The channel is it's indicated on the hoodie and on the cap as well. Indeed, indeed. Right, this is KLM Flight 926 arriving from Eden.
Bruh.
Hey, and Boreos is back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. So, let's see. Another A321neo is going to be next, arriving from London Heathrow. London? Yes.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
KLM flight 1006, 39 minutes on the way. And you can see it still looks a bit hazy. That glide slope visibility never improved. This is what it looks like. And looking all around, a quick glance, it's more of the same. It's more of the same. It's almost everywhere clouded, and even now, once again, a few drizzly droplets. You're not going to get wet out of them, but you can see them here already on the lens. Small, teeny tiny droplets. If you wear glasses like I am, they're annoying AF. You'll know what I'm talking about. It will not get you wet, but it will hinder your visibility. Lee is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Serena. Good to see you. Now we're not going to stick around for much longer. There is a 747 expected in a few minutes from now, and after that I will have to wrap up. Busy day ahead of me. But 747s are like Pokemon, you gotta catch them all. Alrighty, let's see, where is Her Majesty? Her Majesty is approaching, and 1, 2, 3, 4 looks to become the 5th arrival from now on. Mostly narrow bodies preceding her. No, exclusively narrow bodies. It's narrow bodies fast first, and then the Queen to wrap it up with. KLM flight 1932 is next. It's a 737-800 arriving from Geneva. After that, we are going to see Lufthansa flight 992. That's an A320neo arriving from Frankfurt. After that, it's time for another 737 KLM flight 1920 arriving from Zurich. BA, once again, arriving from London Heathrow, flight 434, and then it is the Atlas. Her Majesty, number 4. Summer in the Netherlands. Few moments where you have some sun. Lots of moments where there's cloudiness and even a slight drizzle. It should get better again next week, although we're not going to see the same temperatures that we had earlier in the previous week. I think it was on Friday that they officially declared the second heat wave of the year, which in the Netherlands means 5 consecutive days of 25 plus degrees C, 3 of which have to be above 30. So that's a different definition than the lads in London, who have a less strict definition I learned the other day. Lufty flight 992 is the next airplane to arrive. It's arriving from Frankfurt. Flight duration 47 minutes. It's an A320neo. The Dane F. Delta Alpha India November Foxtrot. 8-year-old airplane. First flight somewhere in 2017. Typical Dutch weather. Same shit weather over there in Bremen, Klaas says. And Kevin knows the issue. Rain with glasses is very annoying. Indeed it is. Glasses and camera lenses. Phone touchscreens are also not very big fans of droplets. My phones usually interpret when droplets start moving as swiping. Not as swiping, as swiping, you dirty perverts. But it always ends up in the phone doing something that I don't want it to do. Right, 2 airplanes preceding Her Majesty the Queen, and it does look like 36 right is still open because there's an Embraer 190 arriving from Firenze that is on it for some reason. Anyway, 3 more airplanes in today's stream. This is KLM flight 1920 arriving from Zurich. BA flight 434 from London Heathrow will be next after that. And the Queen the next after that. Three-six right is open again, Ari is saying. I thought so much, but I wonder why they did that. They're really messing with the runway use today. They're really deviating for what normally is the case. Now, do you guys really want to see BA flight 434 see its landing, or just do with hearing it and the knowledge that it will have landed when I am mentioning it? Somewhere in the center of the field of view, emerging in a few moments from the clouds, is going to be the last airplane, and as far as I'm concerned, we'll keep the camera focused on the Queen and leave BA flight 434 for what it is. I will tell you that it is arriving from London.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
But that's all. Paul was already wondering, where is it from though? Now you know. Now you know. Yeah, I thought so. I thought you guys would agree with me. BA is landing. But we're watching the Queen. Soon to emerge from the clouds is going to be DHL, operated by Polar Air Cargo. There it is, with a call sign GTI 5421. Seems to indicate that this is de facto Atlas Air. It's a 7478 arriving from Miami, Florida. It's a Boeing 747-87UF. Well, there you go. Don't know what it signifies, but if anybody knows, by all means, let us know in the chat. I, for one, am very curious what all those abbreviations mean. I did know at some point what BDSF meant, but I've forgotten already. Or no, that's the Korsakov. This is the November 858 Golf Tango Gin Tonic. Number 10 on Flight Radar. 612 people are tracking this airplane. 8 hours and 21 minutes on the way, and she is 13 years old. First flight was in December 2011. Will it get loud? We'll soon find out. It's still with the old DHL yellowtail, the rest white. Lovely machine and a lovely way to end the stream and the streaming weekend this week. Flaperons are working. Nice landing. Gentle and a wheelie to boot. And reverses. It's a full bingo card landing. Terrific. There's the wake. Perfect timing, Neil. That was sweet. Sweet indeed. Well, that was the last airplane of today's show. I am still going to keep the camera focused at her since she will be making a 180 and we'll see a long distance headshot of this queen. After that I am going to wrap up. I'm going to go ahead and thank you all for joining me here today. I had a wonderful time. I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. If you did like what you saw and you haven't done so already, consider adding to the likes. Not because of Airplane Dance, but because you want to help us reach a wider audience. The likes and subscriptions really help and do a great thing promoting the channel and its content to new viewers. It brings in new people like you guys who are awesome and are into aviation but who just haven't heard of us yet. If all is well, I should be out again on Thursday, weather permitting. Like I said before, I'm not going to stream next week Saturday, but I will do a compensatory stream on Monday after that, if all is well. Saturday is going to be reserved for Sail 2025. That's a Sail tall ship event once every 5 years, but it's been 10 years since last time COVID was around and it never went through. If you're in the vicinity of Amsterdam, well worth a look. A big thank you to all of you for joining me here. Thanks for the likes, for the super stickers, the super chats, the PayPal donations, the gifted memberships, the people who became a member themselves, merch shop purchases and whatnot. Thank you all so much for the support. It's overwhelming and you guys are what makes this channel so great. Lastly, a very big thank you to the moderators, all of them, for keeping this chat friendly and accessible to all. Yet another day. No need to look to see what airplane it is. It's either one of two. That was an E2 Embraer or it was an A320, but the whistle told it, gave it away. It had a geared turbofan. Very unique sound. Queenie is coming this way, and with this long distance headshot as our last shot, I am going to close off the stream right now. Thanks for joining. See you all soon. Take care, stay healthy, and hopefully see you on Thursday. Bye for now, guys.